You wanna the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 present Challenger Series by the Esports Club, powered by Crucial. We are back with another set of matches today, and it's a Qualifier 2 that has started its way. And with this, we've got a whole new set of teams, over 100 of them, starting their journey to once again find themselves to make it to that top two. Two teams have already gone through, Team Revenant Esports and what we saw yesterday, Lethal Esports being beaten by the one team and only team, Lethal Esports beating the team that we thought was going to go through after a huge, match, which was Metal Esports. The 4v5 that they won on Bind was, quite a spectacle to watch, and we thought that Metal would come through, but Lethal have taken the charge and found themselves in the group stages, and we are here to find out who are the last two teams to make it to the group stages. I'm Universe, and with me I've got Aggressive today to get us through the matches. We've got 4 of them particularly, and I'm excited for this. We're going to start off with a couple of new names, a couple of old names as well, which you will be seeing as we will have the match, names pop up. But Aggie, how are you feeling, my man?
Honestly, I'm really excited. After Qualifier 1s, we had an itch that a lot of the teams couldn't really prove themselves to the best of their own capabilities. Maybe the nerves were acting up. Brand new team, they're still trying to form everything out. So as we head on down on towards the teams that are going to be playing today, let's see what matches we have in store for everyone back in the audience. But of course, before we go in for that, the refreshers will be the fact that Qualifier 1 already went through. Universal told you already the 2 teams that are making it through. Qualifiers 2 has started, so we are at the round of 128. Each and every match will be a best of 1 between each of these squads. So you never really know what to expect, especially in Qualifiers 2, because a lot of the more bigger names will start to pop up.
Oh yeah, we do have quite a few teams playing. I think a lot of them will be, recognized today, as we will have a bit of a change. There's, Straw Hats versus Winstreak Esports. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you are not aware of who Winstreak is, let me make you acquainted to them. It is L Streak Esports, who've renamed themselves Winstreak Esports. So if you're a fan of Soulmate, Smoker, and the code that they play along with, this is that team. They realize that the L in their name, not really going to be helping them. But we're going to come back to what we knew them to be as L Streak, but this time they are just renaming themselves to Winstreak. Later on, we've got Team Punished up against IQ Esports. The Demons coming up against Team Orgles, that super team that we talked about that got eliminated, very convincingly, perhaps. And of course, in the end, we've got Grim Esports versus Nadi Army, which is going to be another great matchup. So overall, pretty great set of matches today. Some very recognizable teams across all 4 matches. Team Punished has got they had a pretty good run. I think they were in the quarterfinal last time. Team Orgles made it there, almost made it there as well. Nadi Army were there, and of course, Winstreak, previously known as L Streak, also did make it. So, yep, we've got some pretty good teams here, and they are going to be starting off their journey yet again against some of the other teams. And I'm just excited to be here and hoping that we get to see some good Valorant.
Really surprised with a couple of the names, and especially one in particular on the side of Winstreak Esports. This could be quite interesting because, again, we're looking at Straw Hats, a team that we have never really heard of, but their rankings, when we look at them, are pretty good. So they have a good shot at winning this one out. And of course, a refresher when it comes down to the prize money. People are fighting for 15 lakhs. First place getting 7.5, second place getting 4, and third place respectively getting 2.5, with the MVP gaining 1 lakh just outright. So people are fighting for that number one position. And I do believe that it will be highly contested because the sheer level of brilliance of some of these players is astounding in my eyes. Every single time I witness a player starting to top frag on a server, I always think about the MVP standings and how it's starting to shape up. And at the end of the series, sometimes we get completely bamboozled by a player having almost no recognition whatsoever throughout this entire MVP standing, suddenly shoot up just by playing 4 games in particular where he got the MVPs, where he just fragged out of his mind, getting like 600, 500, 700 kills. Like, it's very surprising. It only takes a couple of games for you to rise up to the very top. And some of these teams, they have a lot of superstar players, but a team in general, which knows how to perform not only on the individual level, but also in the level of a team, they are normally not going to get those MVPs at all stages. They're going to be a
Yep.
lot more even. They swap in between the players. And I do believe that Winstreak Esports could just be one of those teams. We don't know what to expect. I do believe that currently the members of Winstreak, they are going to be the home favorites because of the names that they do have. But regardless, surprises around each and every corner. We're going to be jumping into the game to see exactly what will be up there. But for now, at the bare minimum, what else can
Okay.
we expect? Because as we head on down over towards the map video screen to look what map has been picked up, I really want to emphasize on the fact that the map of Ascent in particular is not something that you want to go for against a very experienced team. We
Mm-hmm.
have talked about this over and over again. This map in particular really does favor a team which is a lot more comfortable in the team play perspective because yes, the map is very simple. There is a mid to take over. There are the two sides that you can go for fast pushes, but here you need to have proper team play and coordination. Otherwise, your utility, if it's not properly communicated with your team, then yeah, it could spell doom.
Yeah, most certainly. It definitely could. Ascent is a map where everybody's got, some or the other kind of experience. But when you're going up against a team like this, where you've got people from, great, great teams who've played before, like we've got Soulmate here, we've got Relic here, as well, we've got Xenos and Smoker, and Lolong the Great, who is a recent addition to this team. And of course, it is definitely going to be something that they will consider to be having a difficult time when you're playing up against players like these. But I wouldn't completely throw it out of the gate for the side of the opponents. I think that they should be able to do a little bit damage, not too much, but I see this as a win streaks win over here, maybe the start of a streak with their change of name as well. We will get into the game in just about a bit, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to be dilly dallying around for too long. Got 4 games today, and all 4 of them have got potential to be pretty great openers for the second qualifier. But only 2 teams out of as many as we've got here will be heading on further. And as we talk about heading further, the agent selection screen is right around the corner.
Yeah. First of all, I really want to talk about the change in meta that we have seen in this particular map. Yes, double data's composition's pretty standard when you consider the overall storyline, but I'm pretty sure that you have seen the recent games of uh, Copenhagen. And in
Mm-hmm.
those matches, the PRX strategy really did catch my eye. Remember when I was telling you about the ideology of having that raise with the Astra, utilizing so many of your different forms of utility to give you an advantage? And I do believe that the members of uh, L Streak, now Win Streak, they're going to be the ones to pick up on it. This will be so smart for them to do as well here in this regard. The level of utility that you can go in for with both of those agents, it's just insane. And the play-by-plays are going to be beautiful. Yeah, Relic, of course, will be picking up that Astra, which is a must-have if you are picking the Raze. If you are not going in for that Raze, pick any other duelist, it will still work out. But if you have that Raze, the Astra is a must-have. Possibility of a Fade coming in with the double Initiator composition, very standard for this particular map. But the real question is, will the default back
Choose
to a
your
Breach
agent.
or maybe a Sova?
Well, while one side has gone in for the race pick, we've got a double
Okay,
duelist on
okay,
the
okay.
other. We got a KO, and we're playing with the Fade, it seems, as Zeno's going to be picking it up.
Forgot
It's a
about
pretty...
the KO for a second.
Well, yeah, he is probably the most versatile agent in the game.
Yep.
So he's there. We've got a Fade, we've got an Astra and a Killjoy. So quite an interesting composition from the side of W Streak Esports. Let's go with that. As on the other side of things, we've got a Reina, which is not the usual that we have seen in quite some time, unless you are Paper X Jing. But yeah, for the moment, we do have an interesting lineup on one side, whereas it's going to be a little bit of an old meta lineup on the other. A Jet and Reina going hand to hand with the Sova, Omen, and as a Sentinel, we've got the Chamber. So let's see how it works out. Double Duelist, they're going to have to try and make moves first because they do have the better end of entry utility. They got a couple of flashes to work with, the Reina, the Omen as well. Whereas on the other side, it's only the KO that can actually provide a flash, and the Fade, if at all, her prowlers connect for just about a couple of seconds. So you could call them semi-flashes of sorts if they do work out. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, first matchup of the day, Qualifier 2 is here. This is it. The only two teams left to qualify from here are going to make it to the group stages, and then we are one step closer to that TEC Arena in Bangalore. If you haven't gotten your tickets yet, haven't registered yet, link is down in the description below. It's there in the pinned chat as well. Do go ahead, click on that link, get yourselves the ticket invite. It's free of cost, so you can make it here without having to spend a single rupee if you are living in Bangalore, for the ticket at least. But yeah, hopefully we get to see quite a bit of you here. And now it is what we see to be win streak versus Straw Hats.
It's going to be an interesting affair. I love the composition that they have before, but maybe having that chamber on the side of win streak would be a slight bit more on the easier side for the level of execution that they could be going in for, because the Killjoy, yeah, it's pretty good, but again, has a lot of counters. But the good thing is that there is absolutely nothing that can destroy a Killjoy lockdown on the side of Straw Hats. So yeah, I think they could be in for a pretty spicy affair if they're not careful. Zaps is going to get caught out by the alarm bot. That's going to give a good amount of information away. Looking to play the long game here. And Unit 1 not really able to find the first couple of frags though, but still the trades are just going to be perfect. Win streak, they have everything under the wraps. Going in for mid control doesn't really work out. Zap's going to get taken out as well. And Relic, he's just hungry for more.
Well, Gamer's Time has found just the one kill. He has 3 more to look at. His spike is towards B main, which he can recover if he just chooses to walk away. As Soulmate and Zeno are holding down towards that B main side a little passively. And it looks like Gamer's Time is not too keen on picking up the spike. He wants to straight up go in for the fight over here. And there's a beautiful tap and a half from Soulmate. Peeks out and gives the punishment. 1-0 pistol, pretty easy to the side of WS. As yeah, I'm pretty sure that you guys are looking at the names that they still have LS in there. Now, we all know that it takes about 30 days before you can change your name. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be changing it up very soon. But for the moment, win streak found the first round convincingly. Have a full buy coming in, and let's see how much farther they can take this.
They have to take it up one step at a time, so we can't really say exactly that they're doing well just yet, primarily because as a team, that's just a pistol run. Pistol runs don't really matter as much moving on down the line if you're not able to keep it in the wraps.
There.
Smoker though, beautiful utility coming in from the side, gets all the information, and Zeno catches one with the Prowler and looking for even more. Paranoid's gonna cause some issues though. Suicide, he's gonna be able to get one more on the sidelines, and Smoker clean up with his buddies, and he's not gonna miss those head taps. 2-0, pretty clean, 1 kill, no spike plant given. The defenders, they take a very heavy win there.
Yep, they sure do. I mean, it is pretty much, standard procedure to win the anti-eco, especially when your opponents are not forcing in. Relic will get himself on the board pretty early on to the top. We still are yet to find out what low long crate can do. He is somebody that I've not seen before, but I've only heard stories of. He's a myth, apparently.
I don't believe that Lolong has really got an opportunity to show himself as well. The man hasn't seen a single enemy throughout those last 2 rounds, so that's pretty rough for him.
No, that's
Now-
all right. I think he's going to have his time, I believe, after what we just saw. From the side of W Streak, they seem to have it all under control. Turret focuses, and there goes the utility! But it's not going to allow Soulmate to get the kill.
Oh,
Decay.
that flash.
Yep.
That flash was a little bit rough there. I don't think that Long really verified when the swing was going to come, or Soulmate just went out a bit too early before the flash completely popped. A bit rough, but I guess it's completely fine. You have some mistakes here and there, especially when it comes down to those flashes. The timing is not going to be as perfect as you hope for every single time. And one unit, work it up, and zaps. Maybe biting off a bit more than he can chew there. Does get caught out, but Gamer Time's going to be right around the corner for the refrags. And the last player is the player that we were talking about. And I think he's finally going to get some action done. Has all the noise in the entire world. Has the timing as well. He's looking to go in for this frag. Now, in 3, 2, 1, possibly a double kill at the bare minimum. But to clutch up this round, it's going to be close to impossible.
Oh no! All he needs to do is just stay alive now. He's going to try and pounce on it,
no.
but he brought it really close. Imagine if this round had gone away in that fashion. It would have been such a troublesome situation. Well, Lolong keeps himself alive until the last few seconds, but only to find the 1 kill. And the first round is found for Straw Hats, but this is just the first of many that is going to be a little difficult for them, because now the side of WS have got their full buy, and Zeno is ready to do some crack-a-lacking towards B main.
There.
The Odin in hand, and it's just gonna wait. You know that a person is an initiator main if they have their gun buddy on their Odin.
Yeah.
Either that or their bronze. No offense.
Alright, let's go with that. But there comes... Oh, there we go! Doesn't even need a recon, just spams down zaps like it's nothing. While Lolong is putting the pressure on towards A main, both the sides currently towards their main entrances have been sealed off, or at least taken in by the defense. There's absolutely no pressure from either of these attackers. Given that they have a double duelist stance, I just... Their slow approach is kind of throwing it off, but okay. Smoker goes out for a wide pick. Oh, Lolong swings out himself to find a kill. Got a knife. Does not expect a close-up push from Suicide as he gets into the server. Relic, out from his own smoke, is only going to find himself a bullet straight to the head. And the plant goes down, and it is a 3 versus 2 as the defense currently are on shortage of a man. Zeno's hoping that he finds a headshot, but that Odin is a little too heavy to handle at times. And Soulmate is looking at the wrong direction as Gamer's Time peeks up from the right and takes him out. 2-2 now. It's a good second round from the side of Straw Hats to not let W Streak get into their zone of momentum. And given that it was their buy round, pretty good stuff.
Yeah, Straw Hats, though, catching them off guard in a lot of these situations. The members of Winstreak are not really taking this one as seriously as you would have hoped for. A couple of the timings, especially from the KO flash, has been off in a lot of situations. Winstreak, they're getting caught out in pretty tough spots, and if this continues, this could just get worse and worse by the second. Crazimo holding on with the operator from the top side. Doesn't really catch anyone just yet, but with the defense now being on a couple of sheriffs to try and maybe cause some damage here, Crazimo could just be a freebie for him if he gets this pickup, but Crazimo, he spotted out one, but now with a catch, oh, Soulmate, what a shot!
Oh my god. Well, that was a hard hit, but Gamer's Time comes in from high mid to get one. And pushing on Suicide makes Zeno scarce as this eco round while they did try to execute it towards mid, it's giving them a bit of a tough time. And look at where Zaps has crawled into. He is in towards market and they have no clue about this. And Gamer's Time is holding on towards the back lines towards A. Finds Relic putting in a little bit of overextension. And yeah, this should be the end of this round. There's a bit of damage onto two players. The Omen and the Sova are a little close to the half HP line.
30 seconds
Two
left.
bullets could do the job if Long finds it.
Planted.
Out goes the grenade.
Player
It will
standing.
damage him, but he comes a little close up to finish up the job. Suicide gets away with just about a little health as Smoker will be saving that operator.
Over to the other end of this. And again, it seems as though the compositional advantage is working out in their favor, but
Okay.
Smoker?
That's an interesting... I mean,
Do they not want the operator?
I am not entirely sure. He is going straight in, gets the 145 onto Zaps, but I am not sure what that move was.
I guess they don't want an operator in the composition that they're playing.
I mean, they could potentially have Smoker himself play it, but then because he's the Raze, he's going to be the one jumping around, and he's got, you know, pretty much damaging utility. They don't really want him to play it. And it does make sense, but I think that it could do real damage in the hands of Soulmate with the turret positioned in a good, you know, crossfire with himself. Soulmate could do a good job with that operator, but okay, let's see what their approach is this time. Because now, half armor for two of these players, they don't really have a bit of bank right now. And Straw Hats, with the lead in their hands now, are looking to constantly push on it. Towards the A side pops the smoke as Relic is giving a little bit of spam warning. And Zaps is going to get away in towards Vines as a split approach here, but with the spike being currently still towards spawn in no man's land. What's the play here from Straw Hats?
Slow push up. Straw, they're trying to see if any of the members from the defense will start to go in for a decent bit of aggression, but
I'm watching here.
nothing really out of the ordinary. Again, Winstreak, they're
what?
not wanting to even go in for a peek here just yet. That's a big hefty miss, but Low Long's gonna be able to shut down Zap's immediate. That's a couple of flashes to play around with as well. Throwing out from the side, possibly a catch as well. Flashes are gonna be coming in from both ends, and perfectly done. One unit had no idea what hit him there. That's a catch, and Low Long
30 seconds
shows
left.
his comfort when it comes down to using KO. Holding down from Winery, and now Suicide. Yep. Him and his team need to try and figure out a plan. He has into the shadows to try and break his way in towards that B side on the top of one kill, but Zemo, oh, what a shot! Shuts out Smoker immediate with the peek, and the man's crosshair placement is immaculate.
Oh wait, but this is all a fake. And the fake is a little too late.
Standing.
Because he goes out to get the teleporter. I don't exactly know what the plan here was. Why did he teleport towards A main when he could have just gone to the site? I get that it was maybe a little bit of a safe play, but that's way too safe. And sometimes you just... You gotta make the moves, man. You gotta take it to the side, at least, you know, maybe to one little corner where you smoked it off for yourself. Didn't
It's
really
really
understand the process of that round from Straw Hats. Did you, Aggressive? Because that was kind of unclear to me.
I think it was just panic at the very end
You
there.
want to play? Let's play.
That level of panic just gets to you from time to time, and it just becomes more difficult down the line, but I guess it's okay. Keep it going for now.
They are keeping it going. 3-3, and this game has kind of been on the lower end of aggression, hasn't it? They're taking their own sweet time. So are W Streak. They're not really keen on pushing unless, you know, No Long does something out of the blue, which he did in the last round. But apart from that, there's been no real, you know, push to this game, even from the attackers, even though they've got a Jet and Reyna. They're taking their own sweet time, and what a timing of that grenade. Eats up a bit of the life of Kazimo, as everything currently is at a standstill. Just a bit of chipping damage onto the attack. It's only the Chamber who's received it. That's all right because he still has a tour de force and it's a very close battle towards a shot. Kazimo will take out Lolong as Smoker expects an A main push, but it's not the case.
30
They're actually going
seconds
towards B. It's a split approach. Soulmate is in trouble. The Nightfall comes through, but it's only going to get one tag, nothing more. Soulmate will get him though, as everybody now focuses their positions towards B.
Soulmate, he's in such a good spot, can easily get a couple of frags if he's able to break it down, but
10
Suicide
seconds
just
left.
so good and so fast when it comes down to those plays. And how are they doing this considering what we were hoping for? It's just not working out in their favor whatsoever. 1 versus 3 situation. Relic, if he found that headshot, that would have been perfect for him, but Kurzimo, just look at him. Has the 2 the force in hand. Swing out, that's a kill. Kurzimo doesn't miss those easy frags. 3 and 4. The members of Straw Hat, they're giving the side of W Streak a run for their money.
Indeed, and now comes the timeout from Rex Dreams as it is a very much required one from Winstreak. They are not usually ones to be, you know, toyed around like this with. They are the ones to control the game most of the times, at least it seems. But with this, Straw Hats have definitely thrown a bit of a wrench in their plans. That wrench could come to hurt them later on because this first half is going to actually kind of sing the tunes of what is going to translate into the second as well. If Straw Hats are able to find a lead here, aggressive, I'm going to be very surprised because Win Streak need to get a jump up. They need it right about now because Straw Hats are playing this so well. Even though they've got that double duelist composition, they're playing it passively. They're taking their time to make these executes. And somehow, that's actually what's throwing Winstreak off. Because I think Winstreak are expecting high-octane upfront pushes, but they're not getting it. And when they are expecting it to slow down, that's exactly when Straw Hats are switching up the play. And alright guys, here's where we go for an execute. And because they're doing it in the last 40 seconds of the round, Winstreak are not entirely sure as to where the hit is coming, because the last time it looked like it was A, but it was B which actually got split up and absolutely destroyed.
The main issue in my eyes, I completely agree with you, the slow-paced gameplay is really not something that the members of Winstreak are used to, but on the other side, I do believe that Winstreak, they're playing a bit too passive for their own good. The fact that they're allowing the double duelists to gain so much control is one of the main problems that we're going to witness here, but again, maybe Smoker with the showstopper could cause some damage on from the side. Zaps! He has a good timing on one of them. That's gonna be a double bag!
Wow.
Again,
That is
why
insane.
are they playing so scared? You have so much utility to use, but they're not using any of it.
Yeah, I don't know what exactly they were hoping for them to come closer as Zaps is just zapping through these members of Winstreak. Relic's the only one left, goes out onto the side. Suicide might have taken away Zaps' ace, but Zaps did more than enough to keep this round as a quick galore towards round number 5. They've probably put up enough on the board on the attack of Ascent, but it doesn't look like they're going to stop anytime now. It's an amazing, you know, streak of rounds that they've put up over here because the meticulous nature of their play is actually very good, and W Streak are not finding a counter to it. And like you said, that utility that they had, especially with the fact that they have a raise as well as a fade peeking out that A main, and they're waiting for them to just come closer. Smoker's just jumping up and down, waiting for a bait for what? Nobody was peeking behind him. The fade was behind him, literally like parallelly behind him. So there was no way there was going to be a bait peek there. And the minute Zaps dashed in, they were running away instead of taking that fight.
It's a massive question mark of how all of this is going down. They're overthinking so much of this situation, and I'm very surprised. They need to use utility to gain some space. They're giving away so much space that it's not really working out in their favor. Again, look at the short side. It's been given up. Yeah, it was a trade, but is that a favorable trade? Of course not.
Unit 1 gets a great kill through the smoke, expecting the timing of that player to come in for that weapon, which is still
just
not
not
picked up, by the way. Yeah, it is not.
Player standing.
Kazimo finds Soulmate on the other side of the map as, well, it goes down. Another eco round being broken up by the attack as Straw Hats are keeping the Juggernauts at bay. Lolong, out with the flash he goes, has a shorty, works it to perfection. but does not have time to recoup with the Vandal to turn around and attack somebody on the A side. 6 and 3. On the side of the defense, need to find right now what their name suggests, and that is a winning spree.
I really need to try and emphasize the fact that win streak, they can easily take these rounds away if they are a bit more proactive in the way that they're holding their defense. This is just way too passive. You cannot play like this against double dealers composition. They will overwhelm you with the level of utility they have.
Yep.
Either you play for complete and utter retakes with the information that you are gaining, or you just try to go in for pushes. You're playing too slow, and that's exactly what they're trying to do in this time. A-side push. I love this. A-main taking full control over. Every single avenue has been covered, but a bit too much aggression could just cost you there. What a flash.
Timing.
That saved him there, and Zeno's going to be able to shut down the first. That's a good kill to have. And now, that's perfect for them. They can wait it out, use all of their utility with this first initial advantage that they have gained, especially on Zap. With one of the duelists going down early, the execution over towards any side will be a lot more weaker and a lot more problematic to take control of.
That is for sure. Smoke very deep to keep them off guard and throw the opponents into a little bit of a passive angle so that they can expect double push. Soulmate goes in from B main, finds a good kill, and Lolong has the jump onto Suicide. He does hear the sounds, and of course he's going to get that tap down. One by one, the players of Straw Hats keep falling as Kazimo has been spotted. The grenade goes out and Lolong peeks out to him, but only to give him chipping damage to that wall. This definitely is a run for L-Streak, and a much needed one at that as well. They cannot let this half go on further in this manner, and Kazimo needs to save that operator. They do have a lot of money in the bank, so they're not going to be troubled by wealth, as it seems, Straw Hats, but they will be getting a little bit of a closer roundup in this first half. Now, you know what exactly would work out for the side of W Streak right now is now if they turn up the pace. They're taking small, stepped, controlled, aggressive pushes towards A and B main, which we just saw, right? It was done by Smoka as well as Lolong. They had the flash come in, they moved in. But this time, if they have Smoker, for example, say rush in with a showstopper and have a fade, a fade recon go behind it or send the prowler, it's gonna throw the opponents off. And that I think could be possible if they try it, but not exactly the case. There is a bit of aggression towards A main as they've positioned Smoker towards Wines, but that's about it. The main attack from the attackers, though, seems to be heading towards B. Zaps along with Unit 1 is towards B main, and Soulmate I think is keen on peeking this as soon as Zeno drops in the utility. The Haunt will not give him anything, and Soulmate needs to be careful here. There's two players on the other side of it. One of them blinded, and the other one as well will go down as he comes to trade in. Soulmate, individual brilliance wins him the duels as Gamer's Time takes out Smoka, who's really been just having a bad game today. 2 and 9 Smoker is on, not numbers that we usually see him on.
Yeah, the timing's just not been in his favor at all throughout this entire roundup. The guy's trying to swing a corner, immediately gets wide swung on by Gamer's Time. He's not expecting these type of plays to happen. And hey, it's difficult. Sometimes you're not going to be able to predict your opponent, or they have a playstyle that completely counters yours. But still, man advantage on the side of the defense as they're working their way up over towards the B side. Very low HP, mind you, on Soulmate, so he's in a pretty bad spot in general here. Everyone's going to start to push in. Gamer's Time's going to be pushed down one more. And yep, Soulmate, you need to get a kill here. One kill, that's all that he got that, and that's it. Just play for your team. You have the ultimate to work with. Just wait it out. Take it one step at a time, baby, because here comes the Omen. He's going to try to get his way back over towards that side. And now the operator, it's down in the dumps, and he's just stuck in a corner. Nothing that you can do to survive that. Soulmate with a 4K, and he comes alive to make sure his team stays in the game and also in the competition.
That was such a difficult, bully down towards Kazimo. The Killjoy ultimate was ready to detain him, and the KO ultimate as well at the same time. was to make sure that this guy doesn't pop out his headhunter, which is probably going to be, you know, a faster means of killing. So he had to stick with the operator, and he could not connect all of his shots because there was so much pressure coming in from two different directions. Just the one kill. 5 and 6 and a half. That could be settled as a level as we started this game off on. W Streak have made it back to where they were hoping, or at least not where they were hoping, to be honest, where they think that they should have had the bare minimum as. That is 6 and 6. Zeno finally picks up the operator to make it work. Somebody picks it up as now the duelists switch up the pace of this game. Within the first 30 seconds, they make a move. And now Gamer's Time has heard Low Long, and he's just about on the corner. A flash could work here, and they've been spotted each other. Out goes Gamer's Time, and he finds the kill. A good one at that as well. With the KO being out, there's nobody going to be able to detain their utility. And they've got pretty good utility at the moment. The Sova is available. And I think if Unit 1 is able to get 1 or 2 frags, his ultimate might just be available in this round. The Nightfall to keep them at bay. Another 2 ultimates available for W Streak to win this round. The Showstopper being a very, very powerful one at that. But this amazing fake from the side of Straw Hats has given them a free A side. And here comes the retake. And they do have pretty good ultimates to make that retake happen aggressive.
I think he's dead. Oh! Crazimo, that's a miss. And that miss is gonna be a big one. Zeno's gonna be coming in from the side, smoke up from the top end. Here comes the beautiful frags that he wants! Wow. With Relic going in for the cleanup. 6 and 6, ladies and gentlemen, and it seems as though the members of Win Streak, they've finally come alive. Utility coming in down strong, finally utilizing everything that they have to perfection. They take it all away and they bring it all back as well.
Switching sides.
6 and 6. A very rough start, but a pretty decent ending.
Yeah, indeed. I really thought this was gonna end up to be an 8 and 4 half or a 7 and 5 with the way that Straw Hats are playing. But instantly they turn up the heat. The W Streak, they know what they were doing. They set up players in good positions. They picked up the operator as well, and with that, they brought it back to a 6 and 6. We all know how important the operator is on a map like Ascent. With the hard angles that it can hold, almost guarantee yourself a kill and a runaway. Especially if you're a chamber. It does work out. Let's see if Straw Hats are going to be able to do that once they get their pie down. For the moment, it's the pistol working for the side of W Streak as they head in very quickly towards the A side. A lot of resistance as Gamer's Time finds 2. Make that 3. He's going to get it off, and Relic finds another as well. Both the duelists fall down, but they've done their jobs. They have brought it to a 3v2 now. And now Zeno and Relic are left to pull out the straws, and Suicide gets one. Relic with the trade, and he's got a tail as well as a front to worry about. Both of them coming in together, but Relic's ready for this. They don't peek together, and that could just be a mistake. Unit 1 holding down the hard angle behind.
Oh, he got the headshot!
Wow.
Universe 1 bullet in a dream.
Holy.
It's living a dream!
I don't know what exactly the approach here was, man. Unit 1 and the chamber could have come in together. Kazimo could have waited because he was at a better opening angle. He's the one who could run into the side, find Relic with his back turned, because that generator spot is very thinly guarded. It's only gonna give you one angle to peek out of, and if Kazimo would have just allowed Unit 1 to make that difference, then it could have been a whole different scenario. Because of which now it is the side of W Streak on the attack, and they are not slowing up on their pace. They want these rounds and they want them quick.
Not giving it up anytime soon. Good utility usage to take full side control, and it seems that the attacking side is where the team is most comfortable. That's what you love to see here in these type of scenarios, but again, slow pickup. The push up as well. Soulmate's gonna be able to get the first bag.
Aggressive there, but yeah, this is where Straw Hats are a little bit of a contusion. They're looking for a couple of exit frags, but it's not going to be given to them, it seems, because Soulmate is waiting for somebody to drop down from this smoke. and give himself up. Smoker pushes up towards heaven with Zeno, and the last man standing will be taken out by Smoker himself.
Flawless.
As Smoker makes himself available back with confidence. Gets about 6 frags, about almost, in the last couple of rounds. And he will be coming up on the board close to low long. And now,
Pretty
ladies
good,
and gentlemen,
actually.
it's 8 and 6.
Yeah. I do believe some technical difficulties happened from my side, but it's completely okay
There.
because, hey, Smoker's now back on the board, and it just takes a couple of kills for you to regain your confidence. You had a pretty rough start right off the get-go, but for now at least, it's going to be quite strong.
Well, we are running straight into this round, ladies and gentlemen, as unfortunately, I think Aggressive, my friend, is having a bit of microphone problems, but he will be back as soon as he fixes that up. For the moment, it is a 5v5 all headed towards that A main, especially from the attack. 3-man stack available here, a lot of utility being dropped, and Zaps is going to be in a difficult position to get away from. He's got Smoker chasing him, and Game of Time has his back covered. Gets one, Trump comes two, Zaps gets another, and this bonus round is going to turn away onto the hands of the defenders who've got a full buy. They've damaged Zeno heavily, and Soulmate will find a little bit of an opening towards a shot, but he still has a lot more where that came from. Zaps is pulling around towards that door as he's hoping that Soulmate gives his life up. He's crawled in, and he's getting towards Garden where Kazim was waiting for him. Good covering of your backs as Straw Hats are giving a tough time to their opponents at the moment. No long gonna try and keep them at bay with no utility usage, but it doesn't really give
30
them
seconds
anything to move back from. It only incentivizes them more to pressure this last 2 men left because they know that these guys have got pretty much very low health. Right?
Last player standing.
The spike drop was just a sound key for them to maybe try and push it. But Straw Hats are not one to fall for that. 8 and 7. And they're trying to close in the gap.
It's a bit of a surprise though as well, isn't it? Did you really expect an unknown team like Straw Hats to just come out of absolutely nowhere, take out veterans in our scene, players like Relic, Soulmate, Smoker, and put up this big of a fight? It's 8 and 7 right now, Universe.
Yeah, I did not expect this at all. I really thought that...
It's a round of 128 and the match is this close.
Yeah, I genuinely expected this to be, you know, a walk in the park for the side.
Yeah, 13-6, 13-5, something along those lines, but at 8 and 7?
Well, it could be a 13 and 7 right now if, you know, they go on that winning streak and prove us all wrong. But that first half has shown us that Straw Hats are a team that clearly has some backing to their name. They've got some pretty great players who've shown that they can maybe perform a lot better if given the right direction. I love this.
Again,
an underdog team coming out of nowhere to give these top dogs a run for their money. Count me in.
This is something that you want to see every single day almost. Having a team perform to the best of their own capabilities and just rise up from the ashes. But again, you have to remember that One Streak Esports, they are using a composition that requires them to have a lot more team play and synergy to go along with each other. Yes, the Astra is perfect for setting up the race, but so is the Fade. I have not really seen Zeno
Obscuring
use
vision.
any of his utility to try and set up Smoker. Remember, what is the weakest point of race? With a race, the main issue that we always have is the fact that you throw out a nade and they just run away from you. But in this case, if you have the Fade on your side, they just can't do that. But for now, in this round in particular, I don't think they need that. They're taking the gunfights and they're able to win it out. Possibly an 8-8 scoreline could be on the cards if they are able to keep their hopes and dreams alive. Gamer time, though, again, causing so many problems here on this Reyna. Possibly another frag from the side, but nope. Smoker's not going to let that happen. Good frags, good kills. And one unit, yeah, with this Odin, I don't think he's going to get much done.
Yeah, even before he can adjust the aim of that Odin, Zena's gonna be putting a bullet in his head. 9 and 7 as W Streak have gotten their win streak going on right now. They've put up a couple of rounds on the board, and for good measure as well. They lost just one round in between. They've gotten themselves pretty much everything that they need. A timeout coming in for the side of Straw Hats here, a very much needed one as well, as they are down to an eco now, and this could mean that double digits are pretty much easily up for the side of W Streak, and that double digits coming up, confidence, leaps and bounds of it will seep into their minds, and they will be going on a rampage. But this timeout could maybe change that. What is the game plan? Stack A, maybe head up towards mid. That's been a point of contention for the side of W Streak. Get a little bit of that Omen to do the job with with the Flash, and of course have the Reyna maybe pick up a frenzy, run riot towards mid link with the smoke covering you. A lot of things can be done. While I believe that, them taking fights in an eco round will yield them a little bit of value, at least kill maybe one or two. Dropping those weapons is going to be valuable at this point, because you can see that the economy on Smoker, Zeno, and Relic is not as great as you would expect. But it looks like it is going to be pretty much default setup, except for a push towards A main, which Relic is aware of. He is holding it down. It is Zaps along with Gamer's time to make that move. They've gotten close to him, and it's a very peculiar place to put up a Killjoy ultimate. Does clear up a lot of the angles that they want to take, but the B side is still open business. Kazimo takes out Low Long, as they've lost two players here themselves. Suicide and Zaps have gone down, and Gamer's time finds the timing against Smoker on the bitter end of this timing duel that has been going against him. A weapon to pick up for him, and now the A side being flooded. There is a backstab coming, but Gamer's time could make a difference here sitting in the smoke. He could pop out, he could do something in this very second of minuscule, but he's got a backstab that he's unaware of. Soulmate gets him down, and from shot is the last man coming in, Kazimo, who has a Vandal himself yet again. A couple of exit frags should be good to do this. All he needs is one, maybe two. Drop a couple of weapons. He's already taken out two members, one of whom will not have as much economy in the next round. But this time they open up the door. And Kazimo is just heading in towards a double peak. He's sitting above and below on Gardens, only to wait for his body to be dropped to the ground. 10 and 7, ladies and gentlemen. And W Streak seem to have recouped what was going wrong in the first half. But for how long can they keep this up? Because I believe this time, for this round, there is a strategy to be placed from the side of the defense. Because I'm not quite sure that they're going to let this go that easily.
There.
I don't know, it feels as though the defensive side for Straw Hats are quite lackluster. They're not really getting a lot of value out of their own defensive lines, considering the attack is a lot more trade heavy. And the experience coming in for these trades are really showcasing here on this particular round. Their executions are fast, they are clean, and they are swift. And we have something like that, it's just even more of a problem. Soulmate cannot break the Reyna Lear fast enough there. Gets caught out. That's gonna be the first kill. But again, look at the plays.
Oh!
Wait,
what? He just spammed. I did not know that was spammable.
You want to fight it?
Sure.
There comes the Cosmic Divide to keep them out of the sight, but it's not going to keep them out for too long. Kazimo comes in. He's got another weapon to work with, but he's got also no support. That recon is not going to do anything, as one unit will walk in, and he will find himself taken out with even just a shard of his body peeking out from that Cosmic Divide. The bullet goes through his knee to kill him. 11 and 7, and with this, ladies and gentlemen, I think W Streak have made up for the mistakes that happened in the first half.
Would have been a perfect play from Lolong though, but again, gamer time. I believe this guy's gotten the best timing out of everyone on his team. The man has 22 goddamn frags. He's been on fire, and Straw Hats has been riding on the momentum that he's trying to create, but for how long can one single individual really carry your team forward? Everyone needs to start stepping up. And one unit really just hasn't been having that day on, especially on this Sova. The Hunter's Fury not really getting a lot of value either in some cases, and now Lolong. Oh,
You are powerless.
Oh, no
at
long
least I
has-
didn't jinx it, right?
Yeah, not entirely. Not entirely.
I think I did jinx him though.
Maybe. Maybe. Well, 3 versus 4, a retake yet again. And this time it's going to be even more difficult. The A side is not an easy side to retake, as Suicide is probably going to walk into his own death, and there he goes. It is a suicidal mission to go in
One enemy
and peek
remaining.
Relic like that. Lolong finds another, blinds his own teammates, but doesn't care about it. Kasimo actually found 2 there. Interestingly.
Alright.
2 with the headhunter, but it doesn't even matter. The overall impact of it is just absolutely taken apart. Honestly, the one reason I think that the 7 rounds have been put up by the side of the defense, Straw Hats, is only because Gamer's Time has, you know, absolutely been a madman. 23 frags for him, and the next person on his team is Kazimo on 13. And unfortunately, Unit 1, the Sova of the team, is on 2 frags at the moment. And it seems like that's how it's going to end here, Aggressive.
It's a good possibility. Lolong immediate with the push.
They see him! They see him!
How did they see him?
spotted him.
Did they come in for the recheck?
I think Smoker spotted him when he was flying up in the air and he called it out to Zeno. That's exactly what happened.
Look,
I'm
this is
pretty sure Smoker saw him.
Flash. Nope, that's not gonna be put in the bag though. Zaps maybe could cause a miracle to happen. Has 2 more rounds remaining. Needs to find the perfect shot with 1. Could not really get the one that he wanted, but still he gets it regardless. 1 unit comes in strong with the first initial hit, but now they just need to try and survive. For how long will they happen is the real question. Possibly a frag, but no, Zaps. The pressure got to him and he missed out on those frags. It's a miss. And hey, that's gonna be win streak, taking it all away. Remember, Universe, what you just said previously about the team possibly getting the 13-7 finish here right about now?
Yeah.
Their prediction came true as soon as he called it out. They
Yep.
didn't lose a single round after that 1 loss. And hey, if you're as a team, if you're able to do that, kudos to you, because win streak, you deserve this victory. But at the same time, Straw Hats, their attacking side was something to look at.
Yeah, it most certainly was, and they kind of, you know, stepped it up brilliantly. Won the first 2 rounds, gave away the first, you know, the bonus, but then instantly after that picked up every single round possible to end it 13-7. It never even, at this point, if you look at the overall scoreline, it doesn't even matter what happened in the first half, but it is still something for them to go back and work on the, you know, on the drawing board, because if a team that practically has never been heard of before is able to tear them down 6-3 in the first half, they definitely have a little bit of work to do on Ascent, because with the utility amount that they possessed, having a Killjoy, Astra, Fade, Raze on their lineup, there's no way that should have been happening. They should have been able to shut it down pretty easily, but a couple of them were not really having the best of starts. Smoker finished the first half with, I believe, just 3 kills, and that's when he picked it up. That's where he came back into form in the second half, started attacking more aggressively, and well, he finished up with a decent number as well as the game finished. Let's go to the highlights, as everybody from the side of win streak will be breathing a heavy sigh of relief.
Yeah, because honestly, after that start, we were all a little bit worried for them, especially the way that everything was going out. Straw Hats were just incredible, the way that they were able to pick up the fallen pieces. Zaps, though, I think that Zaps in Lone was just an incredible player when it came down to going in for those opening entries, and immediately it all came down to gamer time. Gamer time really just never put his foot off the gas pedal. He was able to go in for every single frag that his team needed. He was able to survive and showcase to his squad that, hey, we may not have the big names, but what we do have is experience when it comes down to finding a couple of these kills, reading into the opposition and trying to take them down from there. Straw Hats, I have to say, it was a phenomenal performance from your side. So take nothing away from this other than the fact that your team is destined for success. if you just keep on practicing, keep on playing as a squad, and work on not just your individual skill, but also your team playing coordination. Because one of the main reasons why Win Streak even won this was just because of the pure fundamentals that they have just grinded into their very being. Knowing how to double peek on the attacking side, knowing when to go in for executes. But for Win Streak, the defensive side was a lot more weaker, primarily for one reason. They played it too defensive. They allowed the attackers to gain too much space. And against the double duelist composition, if you allow them to have a lot of space, then yeah, you're in the worst of spots. And one more other thing. Yes, Win Streak were able to take this one away, but that's due to fundamentals, not due to the strength of their composition. I want to see a lot more utilization of utility for the basis of combos, because the combo play just, it's pretty non-existent here for this team.
Yeah, that is true. I think, set strategies are something that they could look into and maybe
Like,
work
look at
it a
this
bit
combo.
more.
This combo was so
Yep, they did that multiple times, by the way, and it proved successful at least about 75% of the time. Soulmate got...
they did it quite little.
I mean, they did it about 3 to 4 times, I think, towards the B main. Whereas Soulmate got a couple of the frags, and in a couple of rounds there was nobody there to contest, where they, went in for the push and they found value towards B link later on. But overall, like we said, Win Streak have got some pretty good set strategies that they work out with, with the Fade utility that they did. Whereas Straw Hats on their defense weren't really trying that much with the utility that they had. And that's primarily because they had a double duelist setup. Maybe if they had another initiator, which, by the name of Fade, could have probably done a little bit of damage. Or if we see the chamber on their side, maybe pick up the operator and do a little bit more damage. Kazimo, who did try his best, but nobody was just able to keep up the pace that, honestly, Gamer's Time was putting in. He had put in the work today, but as an individual, there's only so far you can take your team, and it seems like that number is 7.
He was just having his own time. But at the end of the day, the experience factor really just started to kick in. Map control galore for the members of Win Streak. And again, the same problem that Win Streak had on their own defensive side really was coming into provision for the side of Straw Hats as well. They were losing too much control. They were not able to stop their opposition from pushing in. And this is primarily due to the level of utility that Win Streak have. And I don't really understand this. For our region, the more the days pass, it feels as though some teams, they are built for the attacking side more. Which was not the case before. Everyone loved the defense, and their defense was phenomenal. But day by day, as the meta shifts and as new agents are coming into play and people are starting to run amok with these new agents, the attacking side, for some reason, is one of the best parts of any team. And if Valorant is turning into be a game that favors the attack, I think that we're going to be in for something quite spicy down there as well.
Yeah, definitely. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, that's all it has been for game number 1. We've got another one coming up. 3 more, actually. Next up, we've got Team Punish going up against IQ Esports. We'll be back in just about a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Get yourselves some snacks and drinks. We'll be back with the Challenger Series continuing on the second qualifier.
From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered, speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Place
legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 present the Esports Club Challenger Series, powered by Crucial. It's been quite a minute of a break over here, but it is because we have been dealing with a little bit of issues in the background. So the match that was supposed to happen, Team Punished versus IQ Esports, has been, well, to put it in easy terms, cancelled because IQ Esports have been forfeited their game, and a 13-0 victory has been awarded to the side of Team Punish. So they will be heading on to the round of 64 with no hassle whatsoever. Unfortunately, IQ had a couple of issues that they could not overcome this evening. Hence, they will not be participating in the qualifier 2. And now we're going to head straight up into the next game, ladies and gentlemen, which is Team Orgles versus the Demons. Now, Orgles, of course, we all know who they are. We've got a couple of star-studded people over there against a bunch of people who we, again, haven't heard of. The Demons are people filled with people who we are not exactly sure who they are, but I'm pretty sure we will find out when the time comes. Will we be able to replicate a performance like we just saw by Straw Hats against some of the, great names out there? We'll find out, but let's have a look at where exactly they'll be playing, which does seem to be an interesting map because it is going to be on Haven.
Something that we were not really expecting was the performance coming in from Straw Hats and Demons. They could easily go in for the same play for their side. You never really know what to expect out of some of these underdog teams. So for now, taking a couple of steps back, let's try to reiterate what we could be expecting on the particular map of Haven. Now, Haven, a map which really does favor a team that has a lot more strategic prowess. So, as this has been picked up by the side of Demons, I do believe they will have a couple of strategies that really does facilitate their victory, but is it really the case here? I don't really believe so because, yeah, I understand you're starting off on the side of attack, where on your whole map, Haven much more star-studded when it comes down to the attacking side, but you're not really going to get a lot of advantages out of this map in particular unless your team has perfect synergy in the way that you play. And the members of Orgles, yes, of course, they are still working on their synergistical factor. They are not really playing together as a team as much as you would have hoped for just yet, but they are very experienced players and they know how to adapt to each other very quickly if you give them the opportunity to. So their defensive side could easily be as strong as their attack. And you have to remember that the defensive side of the map of Haven really does award players who like to be playing aggressive. They will take a lot of space away from you. And as soon as the attackers, they don't have that space to move around, they feel claustrophobic, they feel pressure to go in for a push. Otherwise, the defenders, they're going to chop them off one step at a time.
Yeah, that is for sure. Given that these players of the side of Orgles are not exactly players that you would say are, out of their touch, while they may not have been in competitive play for a while, they are still pretty much, the top dogs out there. So it's going to definitely be difficult to have a bit of, a sparring moment with them, which I believe, even though they're all veterans, they've played the game for quite a while now, is going to be a difficult situation for them to handle. Whilst we are ready to get on with the match pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that the one thing that I am particularly waiting for is to see if these men of Orgles are going to be able to qualify this time around. Because we did see them in the previous qualifier. They did get beat by, I believe it was Team Punished. Forgive me, it was by QQQ, and they did go down to come back and start their journey again in qualifier 2. But this time around, can they overturn that? Because this team has just been formed recently, and given that they're not a team that can work on, pure synergy right off the bat, they have lacked that. They're playing on individual push and pull tactics. They're trying to play crossfires. They're trying to play the very minimum basics. So with a little bit of maybe focus and practice, maybe they can beat some of the teams that have a little bit more of a thing with team practices. And talking about team practices, I should believe that Orgles, should be able to work their way towards at least the top four, and then see where the fighting chance takes them, because these are very talented set of players. Unless we see today, a stroke of success for the other side of the you know hay at the moment, which is Team Demons, who we've not heard of, but we will see in action in just a bit. So, what do
Teams
you
are
expect,
submitted.
Aggressive?
For me, my expectations will fall towards Orgles primarily because of what they've achieved. But from what QQQ have done to them in the past in Qualifiers 1, I did notice that a team with good team play synergy and coordination is just way stronger than the raw talent that the members of Orgles have been packing. But it's been what, almost a week since the loss of Orgles, so they have an opportunity to just go on back to the drawing board, play a couple of scrims, play a couple of matches together, and just mash it all up and try to brute force their way in towards the playoff side. You never really know what to expect out of them just yet. But again, those group stages are quite gruesome. Consider something. You still have QQQ who's lurking somewhere here in qualifiers too. Don't forget that. So that revenge match could be right around the corner, and the members of Orgles are not even aware of that one. QQQ, one of their biggest kryptonites here, and you never really know. They could just pull an optic here, and maybe that second time concentration, they were just not going to lose that. Because if a team is able to adapt and learn to the degree that we know these players are capable of,
Mm-hmm.
then there's no way to take a loss here. Even on the map of Haven, a map that awards you for adaptability and understanding your opponent's strategies, and then coming up with your own counter strat on the fly to try and counteract it.
Yep,
Anything could
that
be
is true.
possible, but again, your other thing that you need to consider is the composition.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what kind of composition could we expect from both of these squads in this particular map? One, the map in particular really does facilitate the Neon. And now with the possibility of a Phoenix also getting picked up primarily by Zoid, because we know for a fact that Zoid likes to play that Phoenix. It could be interesting because Phoenix is one of those picks that we haven't seen in the longest time, especially after his buffs. It looks to be quite a strong pickup.
Yeah, I think, we did see the Phoenix, I think, twice before in the qualifier one. I think a couple of teams picked it up, especially on Haven, and the Phoenix was a pick of, attention on the map of Haven for multiple top tier teams as well, back when, Phoenix was still himself, or in, an agent. He was an agent in Valorant, because I don't think, is anymore. So, he is going to be maybe in the future picked up. You never know. Give him an insane buff, right? If it works out at all. But so far, I think that it is going to be pretty much standard issue. We will see a single duelist come out of the side of Orgles, and if demons are feeling up to it, maybe they will as well. But usually, we've seen that teams like these do tend to go for the double duelist pick because they can. So we will be starting in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the delay. It has been quite a bit, but the teams that had been slotted into the next matchup were going to be pulled in a little earlier. So that had a little bit of an impact on the timing because they had to get all their players sorted. But we are ready. We should be starting in the next 2 minutes. And yeah, this time Team Orgles. Let's see how far they can get up through.
Primarily, the way that the map of Haven could just play out for Team Demons is they're looking to try and trade out their players as much as they can. I'm trying to look at from the analytical perspective because as a team, considering the rankings that we are seeing, I'm just gonna base my strategies upon that. So as many utilizations of utility as you possibly can to try and get a forward avenue. And after that, they're going to go in for fast executions. Playing for map control and playing it slow is a very common start for a brand new team where they expect their enemies to go in for pushes because, hey, they're the much more experienced team. They're going to believe that we always will have the advantage in so many of our gunfights because we're just
Mm-hmm.
better than them. And that's when the members of Demons need to pounce on top of Orgles. If Orgles are not showing that level of discipline going up against them, then they're taking their own graves down here. They
Yeah.
need to try and work with even the smallest of advantages that is given to them by Orgles. Otherwise, Demons, they could be in for a very early exit in the round of 128.
Yeah, an early exit is something that I'm pretty sure these guys don't want, because if they are, to be in this squad, if this team of Orgles, performs well, I'm pretty sure somebody's going to pick them up. I'm not quite sure who that is, but it definitely will be somebody to pick up the squad if they're able to perform. But at the moment, there are far too many teams in this tournament that are looking to be really good. And yeah, we should be starting off pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen. The only thing that I'm worried about Haven is the fact that we will see, that double initiator comp, which is very, much up for debate, because what two initiators do you think work out the best on Haven? Would you have the breach in play? Would you have the fade in play? There's a lot of teams that go for the Sova and Sky. There's a lot of teams that go for the Sky and breach. They don't, necessarily depend on the Sova. There's a lot of teams that go for the fade and breach to have, pretty good utility usage in terms of both recon and ultimates. But what do you think is the best, double initiator comp here, aggressor?
Double initiator comp in my eyes has to be the fade and the breach. The fade and the breach just allows you to have so much firepower in your arsenal that no other double initiator composition can give you.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very much map dependent. A map that has a lot more shorter sight lines and of course is a lot smaller in size when it comes down to the executions, primarily bind and ascent come into full fruition for that. It's perfect for those particular maps. But if you're looking at a map of Haven's size, I would say either go in for the Sky and the Fade, or the Sky and or the Sova and the Fade. Primarily because the Fade works like a mini Sky and Sova combined together, because she has the flash potential. She also has information potential, basically due to the eyes. She has her C's that allows her to go in for some form of crowd control as well. Plus, the level of utility she brings down to the table comparison to any other initiator in the game is insane. You're thinking of a Breach Sun, correct, Universe? And the Breach Sun is just so beautiful, that gives you many advantages, allows you to peek a corner, but there is a chance of you getting headshot, correct? Now,
Yeah.
look at the other side of the spectrum. You have Fade, which can throw in a Seize, can throw in a Prowler. Not only does it blind the enemies, it stops them from hearing audio. Now, you know
Select
for a
your
fact
agent.
in a tactical shooter, audio is the most important resource in the game. It doesn't matter if you have the worst gun in the game. If you can hear an opponent running towards you, just curve stomping around the corner as if he's Bigfoot, you're still going to be able to kill him regardless, even if he hard swings, because you're expecting him to go in for a swing. And when you don't
Yeah.
have that early alarm system in front of you, you're just gone. That's why the Fade is so powerful. But a lot of teams, they need to start understanding that Fade is strong, not because she can give you information of exactly where the enemy is, but because she is built to just disorientate them to the point of no return. And a
Yeah,
lot of
that is
teams,
true.
especially when you look at the international scene, they're utilizing her for that basis only. And when our regional teams start to understand that, all hell's going to break loose, because our team, they're greatly dependent on that audio feedback.
Yep, that is true, because that cancellation of noises that Fate brings is what's actually the scariest part about her. And very few times where it actually has helped, the opponents to cause a bit of, well, let's just say enigma, excuse me, as they head into making executes. So yeah, we will have the Fade play an important role in, once we head further into the games that end up being the final to decide the last two teams. But we will head into the game, ladies and gentlemen, as we've got the third match, potentially, which was supposed to be the third, but the second match of the day, Team Orgles against the Demons.
See exactly which Steven's going to come up to the proper foothold here. We do see a bit of an aggro play to come in early on. Okay, a bit spicy. Maybe some problems here and there, but Sami right around the corner. Can just wait it out and see. Prowler is not really going to find a lot of value. One broken down from the side. Sami's not going to be able to first initial tab. That's a couple of misses here from the side, but Sami's going to be able to get the reconcile shot right at the very end. Hika's going to be able to shut down Rex, and the kills come out from each side.
Oh, Soul Massive not being able to find the kills that he wants. He loses his teammate, but on the other side of things, there is this Orgles boys finding everything that they want. Teleports away, Soul Massive. The shot step does not work in his favor, but it's still enough. It seems like the opponents are giving them as much of trouble as possible. Raven, the only man left, has a tail to worry about, but he is on 100 HP. Evan holding his ground, maybe expecting his backstab, but he gets it! 22 HP, and this man runs
30
away.
seconds left.
And he's got the entire map to play for right now. Evan is going to wait until he hears a spike plant, because he knows that he can play this better. One bullet is all that's required to hit him, and Raven, that's a bad position to be planting. You know he's on the A side. And still you plant there. It's a very, very weird decision that he made. I don't know why exactly he thought of going for the plant there, but okay.
That is what you call dying under the pressure. But again, I do believe that... Ouch. Kusif nearly got the kill there, but gods were not smiling upon him, seemingly. They're gonna get taken down a little bit here, but I guess it's okay. At the end of the day, they got the frags that they wanted. Haibon is one step closer to getting his Rolling Thunder, so Hakuna Matata. But Haibon, I don't think he's going to be living in the world of no worries, because Ruckus comes in for the swing out and is able to shut him down with the Headhunter in hand. Sami playing it aggressive, gets the first initial tag, but doesn't really find the kill. Working it all off. Zoid takes some damage and needs to run on back. And the defenders, they're on a massive disadvantage here already, with two of their members, being on very low levels of HP.
No, Sami's pushing it up as Raven comes in from behind, finds the one and only kill,
Go, go, go.
not more. Zoid went down to 15 HP, could have been another victim to Raven, but not gonna be the case. He holds his ground as the side of Orgles find themselves 2 good rounds.
But again, the side of the demons, they did a decent bit of damage when it comes down to the guns, but their own eco is suffering heavily because they were not able to get the spike plant. You can never ever utilize the never ever get a proper advantage on the attacking side for an eco unless you either win out the round, you get like 3 kills and get a spike plant in, and that's when you get the proper advantage. Otherwise, this team didn't really win out on much, but I guess you're not hoping to get that for the long run. But again, why is it so important to get the spike plant in your bonus? Sorry, in your eco round? It's because it facilitates your other pushes moving on down the line. Here they're able to go in for buys, but in the next round, those sheriffs that they're trying to buy will be even more difficult. But Haibon over from the sidelines, he has a flash to work with. Sami, what a shot over onto one. Hika's gonna be able to retaliate from the other end, trying to survive for as long as they can. They need the backup here immediate. But now Zoid, just look at the guy. He has the angle, he has the hold. He's looking for one more, but he's not gonna be able to find the final frag. Regardless, deals a good chunk of damage, and the Jet, very low on health and off work, stuck in a pretty precarious corner.
Oh, both of them are trying to get into the A side because the spike is in the side and it's in the control of the defense. Off work gets one. He needs more, but they do not expect Heban. Almost whiffed that, my man. The spike is going to be in the hands of off work, but he's got one from heaven as well, peeking up for him. Evan baited out by the plant, but it doesn't matter because Kusif is there to win that duel for him. Saves his teammate, and number 3, the bonus goes in the way of Orgles.
Ouch. That could have gone south really quickly, Haibon.
Seconds left.
Slight bit of a mess up when it came down to that, but again, you have to remember that Ravon just nearly did a bit of a sidestep, so causing him to miss out on his shot. 3-0. And remember what I said about them having a pretty hard time trying to go in for a couple of their buys? Yeah, I can see that already. Not gonna have the eco that they need in the following rounds to go in for the full, but regardless, they're able to hold. Going in for a swing already. Sami, that was quite quick. The man just doesn't care. He's gonna be able to find it all. Kusev's gonna be able to shut down another, and Sami, he's being so aggressive. And this is what I meant here, Universe. Remember the pre-game analysis that I was going in for? My god, what a beautiful shot. But still, regardless, the pre-game analysis is coming through. Haven, a map that facilitates you to be aggressive as a defender. And you can see the reason why. Take away the map control, and the attackers, they have nowhere to go.
I'm out of here.
Well, it is true. The defense does get rewarded given that the attack and the defense both are spread thin when it comes to Haven, especially if there is, you know, a default positioning being played by the defense unless they choose to, you know, 5-man bomb rush in towards a certain region. But even then, information isn't plenty if they do choose to aggress, which this time seems to be towards C. They've got a flash going in, and the done as well. No, Zoid. Zoid, that was a free flying kill. It was like swatting a mosquito off in the air.
Hey, mosquitoes are really hard to kill, even if you have an electrical bat in your hand, so it's okay.
Yeah, well, this time Zoid definitely had the upper hand, but he's gonna lose it. Sami will get one though, the tour de force. Might have lost 2 bullets, but he's got 3 more to put in the bodies of his opponents. Spots out one, gets him. There's no way Ruckus is gonna run away from that. There was no smoke cover as well. I don't know what exactly that was. They had the Omen who could have given them a little bit of cover. Or even the Reyna maybe supporting him with covering fire.
Look at Hika's position. This is so perfect. A Sova that plays from the top end of the side, which is perfectly done on the hold. And Sami, he doesn't even care if the Nightmare comes to catch him. Hika, he has the perfect opportunity. Gets the owl drone spot. Now, he's just gonna wait and see. Maybe a bit more than he can chew, but Hika doesn't even...
Okay.
He's just going for it. The man's on a tail of his own.
Well, this is exactly the Hika we saw a couple of days ago, if you remember, Aggressive. He was on a roll when he was playing against another team in the Qualifier 1. And I believe he was up to 27 frags in that game. Had just about, I guess, 9 deaths. 8 deaths, not quite sure. But that man had put up quite an ecstatic performance, and he's looking probably for the same here. Jumping around, showing off his technical skills. That he knows how to work these weapons. He knows how to work this game. And it's working out for the moment perfectly for him. Zoid a little too aggressive. Still gets a bot. Finds 2. Hevan will get 1, but instantly the 3 that have gone down have been traded back. Kusev comes out for 1. And the last man standing is Ruckus, who will be tapped out by Kusev himself. A little late on the backstab over there. Hika letting his teammate do all the work by himself. As a 6-0 scoreline developed within the first 10 minutes of the game here, Aggressive?
Pretty much. And Orgles, they mean business. Again, you should never take a very experienced team over towards the map of Haven, because Haven is where a team can easily take over a map on the defense or on the attack. It doesn't matter where they are.
That works. That's a good spot.
The composition also so perfect coming in from Orgles as well in that regard. But now, they are going for a defensive setup, understanding that, hey, if you want to play aggressive, I'm going to make sure that I punish you as well here. But slow punch-up, especially coming in from that one side. He tries to go in for a catch, and also they put one in the bag. Doesn't really find out much, but Sami is... Yeah, that is one angle that you just do not check on higher levels. You just don't. And whenever you play that, the opposition is probably calling you a rat.
You know, that's the thing though. Those are the angles that you have to check when you're high levels.
Don't tell me that you check that at all, Universe. I know you don't.
I mean, 5 out of 10, I check it, man. 5 out of 10.
This is one of those 5s for Sami.
Alright, let's have him have it. They are running towards the seaside with an empty side available to them. Kusev could put a stop to all of it. Out from the garage, they peek, and off work takes him off of the shots. Evan
Timing.
jumps right to check the right side corner, but doesn't bother about checking towards, you know, the ramp towards B main first. Still though, it's a round that was very much needed by the attack. 6-1. A long way to go even now. Orgles are not done with their aggression. I'm pretty sure Sami's going to be picking up that operator yet again. And he is going to make it sing.
A gift.
Ouch. 6-1 though. Not really the end of the world. So 5 more rounds and they can equalize for the side of evens. And after that last round, it should give them that hope that they need to push their way out. But Haibon, maybe too much aggression here. You don't need to repeat that. You already know that one member is peeking you out from that angle. The Eagle Peak's going to cost him his entire life pretty much. And now he just needs to play a backseat. He has his rolling thunder and he just cannot die here. Zoid, beautiful readjustment, shutting down one. And now this B-side execution looks to be on the cards, but Haibon is going to put a full stop as soon as that alarm bot goes in for the trigger.
Oh, Zoid. Not been detected, and this could be him going on the backstab. There goes the rolling thunder, and it's thrown off a lot of players. Zoid peeks out. Zoid's got 3 kills. What is he doing? He could have gotten the chamber as well. I almost thought that he was going to let it go, but he does get 3, and I think that's more than enough. A stunned Sami along with a stunned Ruckus, and Havan's going to be the one to get that kill. 7-1. And a little bit of a comedic round over there. Zoid almost scared the pants off of me. Not going for that chamber kill because he was stunned. And given that he had an operator in his hands, he was not going to have the scope come into his hands. So that was practically a free kill.
I think he was scared about the Omen. He expected the Omen.
Yeah, but even the Omen was stunned.
I don't think he knew that he was stunned.
Go, go.
I'm very sure he did not.
We saw that though, right? I mean, he had the orange glowing halo across his entire face. Ooh. Nami did not expect the close-up angle there. And goes down. Instant backing out from Hika as he knows that he wants to keep himself alive. Raven yet again going for a little bit of an aggression to maybe find his team an extra bit of value. Will get stopped, but he will go back towards main and absolutely destroys Hevan. 3 versus 5. One pretty good ultimate available, and that is only if Zoid chooses to work him. He has been on the higher end of the frags at the moment, but he needs to start things off right now. Stuns going across, has no backup, only the one man who died even before he could do anything, Kusuf. And Hika's the only one left, but Hika is causing damage. No idea where the last players are. He has an idea about the Heaven guy, but not knowing that the Reyna would peek out from elsewhere didn't even matter because it was going to be Ruckus to get him off. And now it is 7-2.
Pretty good try from Hika though. He had the recon bolt, but I think in the heat of the moment he just forgot about it. Maybe could have given the opportunity that he needed to come alive there, but it's okay. Nothing to really write home about. 7-2. Orgles, they have a pretty hefty lead. They can get 3 more rounds, take it down over to 10-2 before the side swap. But for now, at least, this will be a workup. Haibon.
No, Heaven.
He's just not having his time at all. It's not helping. He needs to slow down because the more peaks he's going in for, the more it's hurting his team.
Okay, Zoid. You might have walked all that way, but reloading your weapon did give away the sound. So that's a bit of an irony in itself. There's a rotation going back from the side of the Demons, but Sami is not going to allow that from the player. Still handing in their death certificates towards the A main side. That leaves Raven alone. 1v3. He's got the knives if he wants to use them. I don't think in this situation he would be keen on doing that. Maybe he wants to keep them for an eco round. They know he's towards spawn. Hika shot dots. So close to almost touching him. And they know exactly what he's up to. Hika damages him down to 19 HP. And that's probably the call for them to just push in and kill him. But it's going to be Hika himself to do it. Raven cannot put up more, but Hika can. 8-2 now, ladies and gentlemen. That's pretty much like an Orgles win at this point.
Gotta go.
Never say never.
I'm out of here.
Because sometimes the unexpected can happen at any moment. And hey, they're able to take these last 2 rounds. Stevens, they could just be in contention for this entire thing, but possibly an early exit because Orgles, as a team, they're just a bit more experienced on that regard. Not a bit, they're heavily more experienced on that regard because they have been playing in the competitive scene for the longest time. And
Oh
Ravin,
my god.
he nearly went in for the shot and nearly got it as well. Looking for even more, but Ravin, he's not expecting these type of plays to coming in for Haivan. And even though Haivan has not really been getting the frags, you have to say his utility usage has been pristine.
Oh, okay.
Haven't really been getting the frags, right?
Spike
Is
planted.
this what you want from me? Like, the caster's curse is just staring me over my shoulder.
One enemy remaining.
Well, talk about Caster's curses, and Hevan instantly finds a 2K, which is going to help his full confidence. And he's even got the Rolling Thunder online.
I hate
so
my life, man.
that's
Last
alright,
round
Aggie.
before the switch.
We'll get around it. Doesn't have to be an everyday thing now.
I have been here, cast, for almost almost 3 years now. And this has happened how many times? You've been with me for the last, 1.5 years. You have seen this. I say something and literally 5 to 10 seconds later, it just happens. The opposite always happens.
It indeed does. That's a great one-way smoke to deny that ultimate orb for the opponent's Kusif, holding down C-Long while okay, it's Raven just walks in towards Garage, dashes to the face of his opponents, and Soul Massive will find Kusif as Zoid goes down. Out comes the Hunter's Fury from Hiccup without any sort of informational play. He will not be close to touching anybody, but Soul Massive will find Sami's kill. 2 versus 2. A big ultimate available to turn it all down, but the problem with this split play is that Soul Massive is now alone on site and his opponents are closer to him than his teammate is. He will get away towards A main, but this double push, including a Rolling Thunder, could be a big problem. A smoke on the side and a one-way that seems very potent. Not exactly as much as I thought. I thought it was going to be a little bit covered to the left side, but it does give them value. Soul Massive hit heavily! He will go down to Hika and the ultimate goes to waste, but not for long it seems. Stick the defuse, one should be calling it, as towards B-Long is where this player is, and Hevan takes care of him. Ruckus goes down, 10-2, and this match seems like it's almost coming to its climax.
Switching sides.
And this 10-2 scoreline is just getting closer and closer to reconcile. It's just rough to go up against the team who has this level of experience. You just are not going to be able to take them down that easily. And I do believe that the confidence factor is just hitting them hard. The fact that the members of Orgles didn't even let them get out of their spawns much. What's really hitting the members of Demons pretty hard. Tell me, in how many rounds were they able to even enter into a site? 4? 5? Out of 12 rounds? You don't want that type of a statistic to be on your mind.
Oh, well, they're running into us a B side, which is the right call to make. One trademark was all that was between them and that B side, and getting a plant as well. Hevan goes for it as the backstab comes in and Hika's ready. He knows that there's a player there, and he's going to hold him at bay for as long as possible as he tries to go around him. But Ruckus has actually found Kusif now. This is good advantage. Sami takes one out. Hika finds one backstab. Now he's got another to worry about. And Soul Massive on the side is causing damage. It's only out to Sami now. And Sami's keeping it alive. No more bullets on the Headhunter. But he does have bullets in his classic. One's trying to stick the defuse. And one will take the Sami out. of the game. It is going to be 10-3. Pistol that was very much required. He will be looking at a bit of a hope.
Good start. Sami. Two very symbolized kills, but again, maybe the miss against Ruckus really did cause some issues there. Because if he was not expecting people to push out of the smoke, I understand that, but you need to be mentally prepared for that fight, my man. Because that play costed your team pretty much everything there. And it will be a 10-3 scoreline, not the end of the world, I presume, for them. But Orgles maybe giving them a bit more of an opportunity, especially with this force buy coming in. This could be the best plan that they had, or possibly the worst. We'll soon find out. Oh, shot.
Oh, okay, Zoid with the one great shot, but no. That's going to be following it up. Vex going to try and keep his team in the contention for a fourth as he finds Hika. Sami's still alive though, and he's on 21 HP. One bullet is all that's needed. And Offwork will give it to him. 10-4. And now is where Orgles need to be picking up their shoes. It is a buy round for them. Once that buy round kicks in. Oh no, forgive me. It's actually not a buy round for them. As they're actually invest. Yeah. Forgive me. My bad. At some reason I don't know why my brain just said, alright, they've got a full buy here. Not going to be the case. They have just sheriffs now. And number 5 on the board looking as a possibility as they look to get at least halfway across to where they currently should be.
Forget the Chamber Headhunter. It's just one of the biggest menaces that you could ever go in for. Ravine though finds that first initial frag once again, just so good, but Hyvon even better. Angle's been perfect, hole's been beautiful, but Hyvon maybe a bit too much aggression there, buddy. You gotta understand that sometimes you're not gonna be able to get that gun. You need to leave it, especially when it is in closed angle like garage. There will be someone present to go in for a trade. And Sami is looking to try and pick up the pieces with his buddy Heka. One frag, good possibility, but to get anything more than that, they need to go the distance for it. Sami will take the first initial contact, I do believe. And Rex could be on the chopping block, but Sami not able to find the shots.
One enemy remaining.
Rex will find him. Sami's not going to be able to connect anything. And now it's just Hika left. Has a sheriff to work with, but he's being pummeled with utility and pummeled with bullets as well. Offwork will get him off as number 5 for the side of Demons. But how long can they keep this up? Now come out the big guns from the side of the attack. And they should be looking at round number 11. And with the double, with the double initiator comp that they have, they should be just bomb rushing in. Hika and Havan have a good set of utility available on them.
It's 10-5. When the scoreline goes to this level, you know for a fact that the members of Orgles will slowly start to feel the pressure. Ravine again finds that first initial kill onto Kusev, who was playing aggro on C long when his team's going on A. Orgles, what's the plan here?
Not quite sure. They don't have smoke, so they're gonna have to play it on the back of just pure aim. Blinds come through. They find the first entry. Zoid gets it. Not gonna be able to get away from the C's, but the Caesar has been taken off, so that's a good thing. 4 versus 3. Now, getting into the retake of this is going to be difficult. They have an operator as well, which is not the best of weapons. A Spectre on the hands of Ruckus. A flash ready to go through, which will hit Zoid right in the face.
Teleport's ready.
He's going to have a little bit of a tough problem. The recon comes through. They even throw up the wall, but Raven is absolutely on a rampage right now. Only good for 1 though, as Zoid and Hika clean things up. A good run for the side of Orgles as they get too closer to shutting this map down.
Getting things done one round at a time, and finally the members of Orgles, they have brought it all back onto their belt. But again, You have to remember something here, Universe. We got pretty close to losing this round as well. Kusuf going down early over towards that seaside line is not something that you wanted. But that hard hit, purely based upon the utility being thrown in, was immaculate. Beautiful utilization of all bits of utility. The fact that that recon bolt was thrown in based upon the flash that Hyvan threw in as well. There was no way to break that recon. That's what I love to see coming out from this team. Use utility in proper conjunction with one another and facilitate the success of the other utility. That's how you gain information, and that is how your executions will be a lot more cleaner as well. Once more, they're looking to go in towards this other sideline. That's a catch though, Hyvan! Beautiful usage of the aftershock to go in for that first kill. And Sami, he can see the shoulder, he knows the jiggle, he's expecting it, but that flash kind of ruined this moment right there.
That's alright though, his teammates make up for it, and Raven's holding down that operator, but not for long. He's gonna be pushed away.
Save it.
Yeah, just about time. I mean, even saving it at this point is gonna be a little difficult because they're pressuring them so hard. And even after this pressure, I think that operator in the situation where they are gonna be, which is against match point, well, it seems like all hope is gonna be lost. Ruckus, the only man left, is being slowly chased down by Hika, but he will find his kill unaware of his position. Now he's got a tail. Hevan's coming to find him towards B. So is Kusuf, and they've got him pincered like in a triangle. Every single direction, he's got somebody coming in. Finds one end of the triangle. Will he find the second? No, Hevan clutches that one out.
Oh, that's just sad.
Match point.
You know, he realized it. He heard sounds from all three directions, and he's like, "Oh, that's it."
Do you know how Sami died?
Let's not go there.
You know the chamber trap would be made? He got caught in it, so he couldn't run back, he couldn't run forward.
Yeah.
That's just sad, dude. Sami's like, yes, I'm gonna get this kill. I'm gonna get this kill with the 2 of force. But nope, at the end of the day, he didn't get anything. But for Orgles, they are getting everything as a team. Ivan spots on the side of the head, and that's a free kill to boot.
The hands popping before the head. And because of that, he's not going to be able to see what's in front of him. Zoid gets to the back of sight. There's a blinded Reyna there. And he's not sure where to peek out, so he's going to keep himself tucked. Now he does come out. Rex finds one. Gets back immediately. Kusuf gets one trade back, but he's going to go down to Rex. This Reyna ultimate is doing work. How long can he keep it alive, though, is the question. Hika will finally find him, but there's another player on site, and I'm not quite sure they know this. Off work, finds Hika, but there comes the backstab. Sami will trade off for him, and now it's just Ruckus. Tour de Force has 4 bullets. He needs only 2. But all that connects with those 2 bullets is just another round to maybe fight for overtime, and it's not going to work out. One ultimate stronger than the other, and there's no way that one of the fastest snipers in the game is going to get it, you know, better against a sliding laser beam running around the fastest agent, which is absolutely broken, but nobody will believe it.
It's not as broken as you think if you have the crosshair placement. If you hear that ult sound, normally what I do is that, you know, normally how you hold your crosshair, it's like about 2 to 3 centimeters away from a corner. I hear a neon ult, I'm literally like 5 miles away. Like, this is my hand. So this is the angle. Imagine this is the angle. I hold my crosshair all the way over here. It's off my screen, but you understand what I mean, right? I hold this
I get it.
just to make sure that I get that kill on the neon.
I get it. Let's go to the highlights as we...
Yeah, we're gonna head on down over towards the highlight, which was a highlight reel for the members, honestly speaking. At the end of the day, this was just a skill mismatch. The players tried, but they were not able to do it. They have the aim, but they don't have the experience for this yet. Orgles, they just felt like a complete team. They knew how to play around each other.
Yeah, they most certainly did. They took off, pretty well in the beginning. They had a good lead. They did give away a couple of rounds, but it's almost, well, let's just say it was of no value at all. 5 rounds that were given away. And now, Team Orgles will head on to round of 64 without any sort of hurdle. A couple of moments like these, which kind of, well, let's just say, threw them off a bit, but instantly they were able to recoup and do much better than they were expecting. 13-5, a scoreline that they should be happy with. And for the side of Demons, hard luck, and maybe they will be able to make it for the next Challenger Series.
Let's have to hope for the best, because this one was just not something that really got into much. But hey, we do have a community cup for all of you. But if you want to play in that, make sure to book the tickets right now for the arena, which will be held in Bangalore. So if you want to play that tournament, you have to go on down over to the arena itself. Links down below in the description and also in the pinned comment in the chat. Check it all out. Get yourself that ticket. It's free, so grab it up. But
get your own LAN experience.
Yes. If you want to play on LAN and also get money for it, it's right there.
The Community Cup will be happening in the TEC Arena. And if you are planning to come to Bangalore, and even if you're not planning to come to Bangalore, start planning. Maybe you might want to come to Bangalore and win a bit of that cash
Weather
prize.
is way better there, trust me.
Oh yeah. Aggressive is right about that. Trust me, I've lived here 20 years and I know what he's talking about. So make sure that you get down to Bangalore, come and enjoy the experience of the LAN, watch the big players play their game, and have a chance for yourself to represent a team and maybe win some cash prize for yourself as well in the Community Cup. It's going to be a huge prize pool up for grab, 150,000. And of course, you're going to be able to meet some of these players over here if at all they do qualify. Hevan, Hika, if they qualify for the group stage and they're able to somehow come to the arena, you will be meeting them. But if not them, there's going to be a lot of other players there as well. Influencers, players, some of the big people of the industry. Everybody's going to be there. You should be too. And for now, Team Orgles, they settled the match pretty easy. And they will be heading seamlessly towards the next round. And who will they be facing? We will find out soon enough. But right now, Team Orgles need to start building upon their team chemistry, because the teams that come to them from now aren't going to be easy to face.
This is the first initial step. Round of 128 done. Round of 64 coming up next. And hopefully they can break their curse and finally head on down over towards the finals for this, because Orgles, they should have the best opportunity out of anyone for qualifiers too. But sometimes as a team, you never really know what could go wrong for you. So just keep on working on the flaws that you are coming up with and just review the VODs. Come better as a squad and take down your oppositions even further. But for now, Demons, they need to do the same, but tenfold. They are, I do believe, playing with the subs, so maybe not the best efforts, but still got to practice more, still got to work on your gameplay a bit more down the line, and hopefully they're going to be able to be the next big thing. You never really know.
Yeah, indeed. We'll find out. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, that's pretty much been match number 2/3, whatever you want to call it. We will have one last game for today that will come on in just a bit, which is Nadi Army going up against, I believe it is, I'm not quite sure who it is, but once I do figure it out, I will let you know. Okay, it is Grim Esports versus Nadi Army, and we will be getting into that game pretty soon. But for now, this is all that's been. We will be back after a short little break. It's not going to take us too long to get this game set up. It is the last game of the day, and then we will have a round of 64s tomorrow onwards. So there's a lot of Valorant action still coming our way. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned.
legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics. From the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics. the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 present the Challenger Series by the Esports Club, powered by Crucial. We are back with the final game of the day, and it is going to be, hopefully, a good one. We've got Grim Esports up against Nadi Army. Now, this is a squad that we believe to have a lot of potential. Last time, AA did go up quite a bit in the quarterfinals, and they did lose out of, But these guys do have potential. We've got IronQ, Lost, Trist, Doxer in this team, and they're facing off against a team that I've not heard of before, and we are going to be playing on the map of Icebox. Now this, thankfully, is a cold refreshment.
Yeah, especially when you go away from a map like Ascent. I think we're both just sick and tired of just picking Ascent every single time.
Yeah.
It's all right though, because at the end of the day, it happens to the best of us. Sometimes you are looking at the map of Ascend and you're like, I understand you want to pick up this map because it's a lot more easier for you to strategize around, but a map like Icebox is something that can catch your opposition off guard. Because on this particular map, you have so many different avenues for the attack, for the defense, that you can easily play for the late game as well as play for the early game purely on the usage of small bits of utility and the timing of your Viper. Now, this map guarantees that you will have to pick up a Viper. If you don't have a Viper, then you have no way of breaking into a site. And hopefully both of these teams, they understand that. We know for a fact that AA are incredible on that regard. They know how to play that Viper down. They have lost to just completely tear house on that particular character. But on the other side, Grim, will they be able to contest it down properly? Because on this particular map, it's a battle of the controllers. And if one of your controllers is the weakest link of the team, then Icebox could just not be your piece of cake at all.
Yep, that is true. Icebox is quite an interesting map, and given that it has been chosen by Grim Esports, Haven is actually one of the strongest maps of AA. They do have IronQ, who, quite honestly, is in love with the map of Haven. So they've thrown that out of the window. But this is quite an interesting lineup. All right, so we've got a Raze and Reyna combo, double duelist, which sort of
Asia.
sort of rings paper X to me, but not entirely, because they do go with the double duelist, and of course they do have a sentinel in the form of Sage that is usually played by Benkai. But yeah, here we've got a Chamber who's just as good, even better as a pseudo duelist, and on the other side of things, we've got a Viper, Sage, Sova, and a Reyna. So IronQ must be lining up for that Chamber. Yep, there it is. And with that, it is going to be no dashable agents for one side. They're going to have to play along with the Reyna, trying to run in with the Flash, hopefully get a kill, and then dismiss away onto the side if possible to safety. But she's got to be safe. So they're going to be playing with a little bit of a, easier comp in terms of hold and play. But when it comes to raw power of, rushing in or having utility that can cause damage, clearly Grim have the better option with the Raze being in there. Still, we know that AA are a team that's got a lot of experienced players. So let's get into the game and find out whether or not they're going to be able to put that experience to use.
Experience is key, but At the same time, these young talents from Grim, they can easily come alive here and take this entire seed by storm. It just takes that perfect start to make it happen. And okay, it seems as though Lost, he's not going to be playing the controller this time around, and instead Trist, he's going to be on the Viper. And Trist, historically known to be so predominant on the Viper pickup, but Fifi, I think he missed the jump. And ouch. He's not going to be able to find the frag, but at least he got some information that the B-side executes coming in. They're going in for the fight. They're going in for this play, and Trist has the forward avenue set up. 3 players holding from behind yellow while the Viper wall still recuperates, and as soon as it's up, they're going to be able to brute force their way in towards the site.
Well, Hisoka getting in towards mid. Oh, Trist finds him just about with the timing. And now they know that the Viper is towards mid, but that small little gap on towards heaven has actually forced Paradox to go up, and he's going to use that pretty well. He's got so much advantage, and he gets one. Jumps down for the second, not going to find it. The triple burst works for Anistros, as Crixis finds one as well. Anistros moves out, peeks wide, but only to find himself going down to Lost. And Lost gets a dink, which will be finished off by Doxer. And with that, the pistol goes to the side of AA.
Pretty good. Something that's out of the ordinary, though, is picking up the Reyna instead of maybe a Jet. Now, I really want to ask you this question regarding this matter, Universe, because for me personally, Reyna as a solo duelist is possibly one of the weakest pickups here, because she doesn't really have any utility that facilitates the team, and nor is she a pretty good way of entering a side, because normally with a Reyna flash, you are the secondary entry, not the primary, and now that she is the primary entry, it's a bit iffy.
Well, here we go. The push towards mid is actually brilliant. But can they hold it on? Trist finds 2. 1 trade at the bare minimum, but no more, it seems. They're going to push them back towards mid, and there's no way they're going to find anything more. It's a very brave move, not going to lie, aggressive, but wielded only the 1.
Pretty good, honestly. You have to say that push-up was perfect. Lost was able to hold a perfect angle as well with his buddies. And that mid-push was slightly successful, but it's okay. They can just reel themselves back in and possibly go for something else here. Now, though, they have the buys once again. Rounding it off pretty early. And Fifi could be dangerous for him, but Paradox forces him to use a rendezvous to head his way back, and now Trist in a pretty good angle, working his way for the first initial fight and possibly this engagement, and he's able to gain that. Also, thanks to that turned on its head here, but Shoka not going in for the swing just yet, but doesn't clear out the close corner when coming out of tubes. That is something that should not.
Well, AA are playing this a little close to the chest. They're waiting for the pushes to come in from the opponents themselves. Anistros is going to be playing in towards Kitchen. Not the usual place you see a Viper play, but it has given them a bit of utility to stop them, but not for too long it seems. Fefe will take one down, but Iron is ready for Anistros' swing. Crixis comes in for another, as Grim are keeping their opponents at bay, keeping them humble. But the B side has been taken over by them. The plant will go down, and now it's on to Lost. He's got a good position, but this is a very expected position. So he might want to turn away from here.
The timing's off. What?
Almost. That was very close. The Viper Spit goes active, and that allows Lost to maybe find one, because they're focused on that. And here comes the backstab. That grenade is going to be very important, as Paradox eats a bit of it, a lot of it. And he goes straight down. Why Paradox did not choose to go towards his teammate is something I will not understand. Maybe that grenade stopped him.
Find in that corner.
Maybe. But the players of Grim are not going to be fine now. Yep. Yep. And they definitely cannot. There goes the last one. There comes the kill. The decay is far too much. It doesn't matter what Crixis finds. It's just the run going towards the side of the attack. And with the money that they have, they don't even care about all of their players dying. They've got full util and armor as well as weapons to buy in for this round.
One of the most criminally underrated plays of the Viper here is the Viper spin. Because you have to say that this one ability is just so problematic on the particular map of Icebox. Because on Icebox, you have to walk pretty far to try and pick up that spike, don't you? And if there's a forward placement of the Viper Spit, you're decayed down to what? 50 HP before you can even tap the spike. So it's pretty bad. It's really bad. But maybe now with the Sova holding down with a Bucky could be good, but Rage, yep. Not gonna happen here. Not today. Not with a Bucky in time soon at least. And Ox, good shot, good kill over onto one.
That stage wall is very interesting. I've never seen that before. Put in that sort of a position, which covers off quite a bit of, you know.
That covers the swing actually and forces
yeah,
them
it
to
does.
jump down.
From above. Oh, okay. It covers the swing
just gave him a little bit of a kiss right there.
Yep. Yeah, like I was saying, the Sage Wall it does cover the swing from above, which is actually something that not a lot of people go for, because they usually wall off the region below and they take the fight onto rafters because, well, to be fair, they get more of a clearer shot on the player onto heaven, onto rafters, right? Because he's out in the open unless, you know, he's hidden behind the rafter door. But usually that's not the case because they choose to pop out. They've got the upper angle, so they believe, okay, we can, you know, swing out wide, get some kills. But that was interesting because the players who are below rafters are then stuck waiting for a little bit of backup, which ends up never coming.
Unless you can clear out the entirety of the bottom end of the site, you really don't want to push out from the Raptors position at all. Kishoka though caught out the first initial. He's gonna be able to take down two. IronQ is trying to equalize it all up. Rendezvous his way back out immediate. It's a 3 versus 4 situation, not really any sort of an advantage to be gained here. Mid push coming in. Trist, he does get one. Needs to immediately run away over towards the other side. He needs to expect this play. One player holding from the side of B main. Things look to be quite problematic because the spike, it's out in the open, but I don't think the defenders know that the spike's in A still. Oh, look at Trist. Look at Trist.
Oh, that's a very nasty position. And with 11 HP and the wall that's actually covering him up. And
30 seconds
Rage almost did not kill him. Timing of the shock dart coming in his hands also threw it off. But the plant will go down either way. The recon keeps him at bay. And there's a backstab coming in from Fifi. Will he be able to support his team? Is the question. But Fifi is spotted out and now the backstab's gone to ruin. And now he's going to have to play this in a sandwich movement. Double A don't really have everything working for them because there's a bit of a timing onto Fifi. Now Fifi finds it. Now it's onto Ion and Ion will go down as well. Rage will shut him down and that's going to be the first round for Grim Esports.
Could have just waited and played double up. I understand you're afraid of the sandwich, but if you're afraid of the sandwich, just play for the trades and go in for a push onto the player on main. Like, they could have done so much. Why split yourself up in 2 different sidelines when you know for a fact where the other players are? A bit questionable, don't you think so, Universe? Because the most optimum plan would have been for them to start going in for a push over on together, play for that trade, get that first initial trade off because Ion's very low on HP. He's not going to survive for long here.
Yep.
Get that trade. Now you have full control over spawn. You can run around over towards heaven. You can play from the bottom side. Keep PP guessing where you could be at. Could have been the advantage that they were looking for, but PP missed a shot, but doesn't miss a second. Good plays, and actually,
You will not kill my
he got a collateral, so IronQ is very low on HP. Heal needs to get invested on top of him as well here.
Yeah, that's a lot of Sage utility being invested, but they still have the best one, apart from the revive, of course. The wall is still available, which they can use for quite a number of purposes. Fifi's holding down the angle towards this B side, and Doxer choosing to peek this would be a problem. This is very risky without any sort of initiator utility. But it looks like they're going for a wall play with the Viper here. That has shut him off. And there goes the slow off to keep them from peeking out from that side. The wall goes up. The plant will go down. Out comes the ultimate, and the plant doesn't go. It's just about a millisecond away. And Rage has stopped this in the perfect time. Paradox might have taken out Anistraws, but he's still got a lot more work to do. There's 30 seconds left. Out comes the counter. Hunter's Fury, and it's going to attack two of them. Paradox gets one, and now the plant will go down. Hisoka and Crixus, though, pull out their big guns to get two more, and there's all the frags coming their way. It's all on to Lost, and he's going to be lost in hell as the man to come out and get his kill will settle the round to find them number 2 as well. Number 2 on the board gives them a bit of confidence as AA had a good execution, but the retake was even better.
It's just perfect on that regard. I was not expecting the 100 Spirit to come in that late. I didn't even expect him to invest that 100 Spirit, but
I thought it was going to be a post-plant thing.
Yeah, but again, he used it at the perfect time. He understood that, hey, maybe I can just wait a little bit, considering that the poison orb was just sitting there. So my teammate's gonna give me the call, correct? That poison orb's up. I wait for the timing. Then I use my 100 Spirit to guarantee a one shot. And whenever you have that plant at like what, the millisecond margin, you're not gonna stop it. You're gonna stick the plant. That kill was perfect, and it snowballed everything out of control. And the members of AA they were just not able to retaliate in any way, shape, or form. Even though their 100 Spirit got so much value, they got caught out, but lost. Okay, entry frag in a little bit here. Pushes out straight from the Viper Spin to get that first initial frag up. And now, AA, they're looking to go over to the other side. A side ripe for the picking with only the Reyna trying to go in for a hold. But Anistraws, if he gets caught out here and killed, that's a big hit. But Hisoka, that's beautiful. Peeks out, catches Iron Q. Is going to be able to run on back. And Circus, that's another one for his troubles.
Indeed. Trist is looking around with his teammate, and they're slowly walking in. Or should I say roping themselves into this. The zip line's going to keep it
30
quiet.
seconds left.
As the A side is going to be the point of hit. Soka's been spotted, and he's seen one as well. But is he going to be able to get that kill is the question. Out comes the trade, even though the stage has gone down. The spike is actually a little out of reach. They need to run up. They need to run up right now. This is not good. 10 seconds left. They need to stick that plant, but they're going for the kills, rather. And with the spike coming to the hands of the Reyna, out comes the Raze to fly and stop it up. And Nadi Army, a very perplexed play in this, throws them to the bin. 3 rounds in a row given away, and they didn't quite understand what the hell was actually the process of this. They went towards B, got a good frag. They could have overpowered the Viper if they wanted to with the amount of utility that they had, or all of them could have rotated over. And I think that the Viper and Sage took a little bit extra time to come in, and once they did, they were more focused on killing the players than they were on to getting onto the side and maybe getting a bit of support from mid and securing the round. And time just played against them.
I think the main issue that they're facing is them not having enough vertical play. Again, how do you even get up in most of these corners without using one of the ropes?
Oh, Paradox again! That grenade, he could have just walked back.
This is the issue. It's Paddox. What can he do? He's on a Reyna against a Raze. How much utility can you invest to try and survive this? And look at Circus. He's always able to traverse around the map so easily. This is why Reyna is no longer a strong pickup on this particular map. They're facing the issues here, and IronQ is trying to retaliate with a couple of his own frags, but the real question is for how long can they even survive doing all of this?
For the moment, they are going to be giving away round 4 to their opponents, as it seems like their eco is not going to be working for them. They've already lost a player. That is in the form of Ion. Oh, forgive me, that's in the form of Paradox, as Fifi has been traded off on the other side. There is an ultimate available if they choose to use it, that is. The Viper, Trist,
30 seconds
has
left.
been on the upper end of this team. Oh, Ion peeking out of the Headhunter does make Rage move back a little. As the wall comes up from both the Viper and the Sage, the recon to keep the opponents at bay. Been broken, and Ion goes for a little too much aggression, and that Viper spit could be the winning factor here. 3 versus 4, retake underway. Can they keep this alive with a couple of Sheriffs aggressive?
It's one gun in the hand of Doxer, and I think that Doxer is the X factor here. If he finds just one frag.
Oh no. Even before you could say it, you cursed him.
Can I stop? Feel so done now.
You say you think it and it gets cursed. Alright, okay, the lineups work. Lost finds one as well.
Lineups will work. They just need to stay inside speed now.
Yeah, it goes off, but it doesn't even matter. The shock, that's what's needed, but it's half diffused, which means that it is gonna go down.
Just throw the shock dart, bounce it on the wall, why don't you? God damn it.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. I don't know why exactly they chose to stay out of the Viper's pit for so long. The Viper could have just stayed lingering in there. She had so much space to run around. Trist could have made a little bit more happen, but if he knew that he was going to activate that Viper's pit, maybe play with a shotgun, could have had the Bucky in his hands. He did have enough money for it to, because the Bucky is not that much of an extra investment when, against the Sheriff. It's just 150 credits extra. That Bucky could have maybe made the difference playing in close quarters in that Viper's pit, given the DK that it does. But now they're gonna have no ultimates to play with, and Grim Esports have a chance to take the lead here. And with that showstopper, which is instantly shut down by Ion in a good positioning, and there comes the verticality that we were talking about. Rage will find Parax in the trade, who's been on the receiving end in 3 downs consecutively. As an instant trade-off or the first kill. It is now descendant down to a 4v4. No ultimates to work with. And the backstab has already been spotted. Fifi. What is he gonna do? While his teammates almost spam down Doxer. And while Fifi is keeping Trist busy on the other side, here's Anistros, forgive me, Hisoka finding one. And Anistros does get another.
Are you serious?
No way, man. Another lineup save. I don't think it's gonna happen this time. They wait for it, but it's done. It doesn't even matter. It's way too late. He's gonna just soak up the damage like a sponge, and what's happening? A Nadi Army, 5 rounds conceded in a row. They're not able to keep up, and I think it's majorly because they don't have that one agent who can run around like the Rays.
Yes. This is why the verticality is so... If you fight a person from the low, do you expect to win that? I know I beat a dead horse all the time with the Star Wars reference. I have the high ground, Anakin. There's no way you can win. But that is true. There's a reason why on this particular map, verticality is key. If you have Omen, if you want to go in for the double controller strategy, having the chamber as well adds a bit of verticality because you can just run around and just do whatever you want. But Reina just falls apart in so many different situations. It does not work! Panic with a capital K?
Indeed, Panic with the capital K. Crixus is keeping them at bay for as long as he possibly can. The shot down doesn't even touch him. And the Viper's wall is protecting his life for the moment. But with 36 HP left to his name, he can still cause damage. He has been all this game. And now Ion. He needs to be probably the main factor to change up what's going to be happening in this round. They do have a disadvantage. They've lost Paddox yet again. This is the 4th round where Paddox has died first for his team. And the duelist that's supposed to create space does create it a bit, but then instantly it's traded off. Grim come out. Grim are finding everything that they possibly can. And while Lost is going to be able to get one, he's not going to be getting all of them. His counterpart takes him down, and now it's left to just one man, Trist, and he goes down to his counterpart.
This is surprising.
This is really, really surprising. You know what? Actually, surprising is one word that we can use, but this is Grim Esports actually taking the matter into their hands and knowing how to counter Nadi Esports. They are absolutely on the board when it comes to having, these sort of pressure points which we're constantly seeing. they're having the push and pull strategy that's working out towards the A side phenomenally, because they are playing from the spawn and, you know, with the backside region. They're not really focusing on heaven as much. But with the way that they're able to find that first kill on the Paddocks, who is the one and only guy who peeks out with a flash, but he's not getting any support. You can see that, right? Because there's absolutely no trades coming in the back of him.
Look at that Hunter's Fury though. I think it's gonna be immaculate here, possibly another catch, but that's a full army heading on down over from that side. BP though, beautiful flick coming in with the operator to take down one. They're looking for even more. Perkins, how long can he survive here, buddy? He's gonna immediately go in for a swing. He's going in for more, but Ankyu's able to punish. Ankyu looking for another one. The Headhunter's gonna be clean with this one. Possibly another frag. Doesn't really happen here for them at all. And the members of AA, they just rush into kitchen and grab the frags one by one.
Spike planted.
Well, that was quite something.
4-man kitchen rush, by the way.
Yeah, Hisoka spotted out, but he's got the ultimate. He makes it work, and he's trying to run away, but he's got one right in front of him. There's no way you get away from Trist in that sort of situation. You cannot come back into this dimension in front of Trist's eyes and expect him not to kill you. And in the last round, to have a timeout come in to maybe find the 7th round and settle this as a 7-5 is something that I'm okay with, but, you know, timeouts maybe were supposed to be taken by AA and a long time ago.
So this is a perfect time position. The fact that you won out on 6 consecutive rounds and then suddenly AA come out of absolutely nowhere to take you all away, you're going to be in a pretty bad state of shock, and your team's going to be a bit antsy. Calm down the nerves, try to talk it through, and get this last round in the back. 7-5 is what you want when you're on the defensive side, and as we swap over to the attack, things will not look as clean, but maybe, just maybe, you could work things out from there. Because as soon as a round swap, side swap happens, you're looking at a much more difficult side to try and hold, because what is Nadi Army known for? They're known for the defensive side, and that defense will be extremely difficult to break into. Their defense is extremely difficult to break.
Yeah, that's true. And they've got the 2 to force online right now, which will be used, and for good measure, but there are 2 very good ultimates available on the attack as well. They've got a revive, and they've also got the Hunter's Fury, which this time I really hope that they will be able to use for the post-launch situation. Fifi throws down a trademark, trying to maybe sell out a fake Q that he's just going to be putting down this here to block off mid, and he's going to another angle. And he might just have Iron Q's number here. He's ready for this. Fifi gets it, and no trade again. How does he get away? This is right there. Why is Trist not trading him? The trademark will trigger his movements if he comes towards mid. This Krix is finding one, no wonder how. Lost will find a trade back, but for how long? They've got 2 ultimates. One of them needs to be used right now, the revive. But both the players who need to be revived are actually pretty far away. And they're running away from this. They're going towards mid, and they've lost another player. Back on his feet he comes. 3 versus 3. It's for permanence this time. As now, the defuse is on permanence.
They were 10 miles away.
What the hell was happening? Why did they do that? Why did 2 miles
away?
I did not understand the process of why Trist was towards mid and he was trying to make his way, but he was very prone to being killed there because the trademark would have given his position away. And 2 players pushed up towards mid back to come from where Trist was coming, and they lost 1 player there, and because they wasted all of that time, Sova was the one who did lose his life.
The spike was planted?
I don't know, man, but Nadi Army, clearly that was a round that, well, it was dumbfounded.
This didn't make any sense. What happened in that round? Just got dropped early on, and now Grim, they're playing it a bit slow here. Understandable, because they have no idea how Anani are going to be playing for this round in particular. So Okay, couple of taps to come in, and Fifi, last bullet on your side, buddy. You don't want to waste it anytime soon. I want that one tap potential to be on your end, but to hold a very tight angle like that and go in for spans, not really the expectations that you would see.
Oh, Paradox! Again,
These
this
dumb
man.
peaks.
I've been counting. This is the 6th time he's died as the first member, whether it be an attack or defense. Now that he's on the defense, Paradox is having a couple. He's getting kills, but he's also the one who's died multiple times up front. He's died 12 times. That's the most in the server. He's died every single round possible. Aggressive, and I'm not quite sure that's a good thing. Doxer sitting in a great angle though, but he might just be backstabbed. Look at this. Oh no, he doesn't have the cover. There is Lost.
Slide.
Lost is lost. Oh my god, no way, man. Come on. Lost will get the trade, but it's way too late, man. The plant could have been avoided. The side take could have been avoided. Everything could have been avoided, and now they have utility to play on the back of. Just as one snake bite, but it doesn't matter. There's a grenade that comes through in the end of the hand, and Rage will make the best use of it. That grenade gave damage, and Grim will finish off what was left behind by Crixus. He gave the damage with that grenade, and it was Rage to come in from mid to finish it off on to Ion. 8 and 5, and AA. I really think that they need a new set of AA batteries right now, because the ones that they have, they're not working.
I was expecting you to make that joke for the entire stream. I was so ready. If you didn't make that joke, I would have made it at the very end. But I have no words for this, though. Grim, the level of utility usage that they have is astounding. Okay, he threw the grenade, right? Correct. Trix threw the grenade, but immediately we saw a snake bite being thrown as well by the Viper.
Yep.
Everything is timed to perfection. Yes, in this round in particular, Trix maybe bit off a bit more than he can chew there. Got caught on the head glitch. But now, Shoka, he's waiting to get that first initial frag. Does find it all. But the timing, it's all in his favor. He's able to get away with 2. This team, they're all rushing this A side instead. This is bad. This could just be horrible.
They actually want to go in for this challenge. They want to kill all of their opponents. Trist will help his teammate as much as possible as IronQ is doing a bit of work. Paradox will add on to that. And this anti-eco could just work out with one Marshall and that Headhunter. They're running towards B. Paradox is already on his way there, but he's got just about a couple of more seconds left of that overheal left until he's going to be going down to 100 HP. He's out in the open. He could stop the plant, and he will. If he's taken out one, though. Ion's gone down, and he's the danger man. And now, while the Spike is out in the open, he's been sandwiched. And oh, wait! Trist! No. Come on, not like this. He gets the Spike. He gets away. He's going to try and plant this. But he's got a back and forth movement coming towards him. He goes safe. He gets the plant down. Will he? No, he won't. He doesn't even have a kill coming his way. Somehow, AA survive.
This was just too much ego on the members of Grim. Like, there was no need to push here. Your teammates already got 2 frags. You could have killed the player on mid.
One enemy remaining.
Why come back to A?
Yeah, they could have gone B a while ago, or they could have even had one player lurk towards B, but Grim, well, they made a Grim choice.
A Grim mistake, to say.
Mm-hmm. And that's gonna give them a couple of pistols to work with in this one, nothing more. AA holding down their ground, don't want to give away too much here. Just the one man peeking up from 410. He's got a support as well, but Hisoka. Okay then, no trade whatsoever. Paradox couldn't even touch him. He just taps the head of that Sage and runs away. And now Paradox has a lifeline to work. Forgive me, Hisoka has a lifeline to work with, and that's that Spectre. Paradox going up on top over here. That's a good position, but they see him. No, the very thin line. What are you doing, Paddocks?
How do you see that?
It's just
Eagle-eye vision,
I mean,
dude.
yeah, it's
Eagle-eye
not even about it's not even about eagle-eyed vision. You know, I've seen those kind of executes happen, right? Where the Viper wall is slightly towards the left so that you can actually hide on top of 410, right? But that wall was not made for that purpose, and because he
seconds
was in such a thin-lined gap between the wall and him being able to sit on top over there, he lost his life, and now Anistros might just have the jump on to the Viper here. Oh, of course he does. Oh, that was very close. Ion's here though. He will get a trade back, but the plan's going down on A. It's a 4 versus 2. Essentially a 4 versus 1 at the moment because Lost is the only one on site here. But he's got a little bit of an early jump on the player. He spotted one towards Nest,
One enemy remaining.
and he's got support. It doesn't matter where Hisoka was standing. Ion Q will take him down, but he's far too low on health. What a goddamn round from Grim.
This was way too close for comfort. You have to give it to Crix, though, to come in clutch with that play. The man spotted out Paddocks, and again, it's always Paddocks who dies in the most unfortunate of scenarios. The guy gets thrown grenades, the man just gets pushed into oblivion. There's nothing that you can do to try and live through any of that. And INQ, just inspecting his gun and waiting.
Thrifty.
Possible death.
They sacrificed for nothing.
And they're done.
No death, but he will drop that weapon off to somebody else and picks up the operator.
Attackers.
Surrender?
I'm sorry. What?
Wait, what?
Hold on.
Wait, I have never seen this. I don't even have my glasses on because I was not expecting the surrender
hello?
to come in.
Hello?
Was this intentional?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think we're gonna have to check. I don't know what's happening. All right. Well,
Did they
that
want
happened.
a timeout? Did they want a timeout and they accidentally surrendered? I think that happens.
Yeah, that does happen because those two buttons are right next to each other. That shouldn't be the case to have a surrender and timeout right next to each other, but
They told
okay.
please fix. Apparently it was a misclick, so it's okay.
All right, okay.
Let's just let the admins try and fix everything because my brain did not compute anything that just happened there.
For the first time, I'm like, wait, what? That is not possible. That's never happened before. And yeah, all right, okay. Let's go with what just we saw because so this is the first time in a Valorant match. I think I don't know if this has ever happened before where you've
It has happened during one of the VCTs that I have seen. It was a 100 Thieves game where the opposition team accidentally tried to call a timeout and did a surrender
I mean,
instead and no one was paying
somebody
attention.
has to see that button, right? I mean, even if they click that, they click that surrender button, it shows surrender right there. How
It's at the bottom
quickly?
right, no one cares. And no one cares, dude.
How
half of the time.
quickly do you hit that F5 button that nobody checks it, man? I
It
mean, first of
happens
all,
from time to time.
Riot, please put surrender on one corner and timeout on the other. Please. They are not meant to be right next to each other. Clearly, people can mistake themselves getting a timeout for a surrender. And the Nadi Army fall prey to a little bit of a vision blur. And the team just hits F5 as quickly as possible. Yikes. For a second, I genuinely thought, I'm like, what? And trust me, guys, the players were more confused than any of us. The players of Grim are like, wait, what? They're spamming question marks in chat, whatnot. And yeah, I know everybody's probably freaking out in chat right now, but don't worry, it's just a misclick, and we should be getting into the game pretty quick. We should be getting into the game pretty quick. And what I believe is that we should be getting an update pretty soon, and I'm pretty sure it's a misclick, so we will be getting back into the game. Small little thing, we'll be setting it up. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of the stats that's gonna be uploaded because we're gonna have to replay the round from exactly the point it was gone down. That was where I believe Nadi Army put up round number 9. It was aggressive, I believe.
Yes, Anani Army were on 6, and the members of
Grim
Grim were on
Esports
9.
put up 9, forgive me. Yeah.
So tight scoreline from both ends, but I don't believe that the members of AA really wanted to do that. So we're gonna try and fix everything. But other than that, hey, it was interesting. I'll have to say for the last game of the day. Seems as though there's still a lot more to do on that end. Because we are going to be waiting it out to see exactly what could be going down. Well, let's just talk about the morale of the team. Because honestly, from what we have seen on the analytical perspective, the team just feels so disjointed.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't understand any of this. Like, why are they trying to go in for engagements like this? It really just doesn't make any sense. Paddocks jump peeking from B main doesn't make any
Yeah.
sense. But hopefully, the players from the side of Grim and, of course, the members of AA can make some sense out of this. But for now, we're going to be trying to reset up the game, and we're going to be back hopefully from the 9-6 scoreline exactly with everything down proper after a short little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
From the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics. From the legends of memory and storage. Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products. Precision engineered. For speed and stability. Crucial ballistics. From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial Ballistics.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from what was quite an unexpected turn of events. Unfortunately, Double A had hit the surrender button instead of the timeout by mistake, and in a hurry to get that timeout as quickly as possible functionable, they did not check that all of them were hitting F5 to a button that they were never hoping to hit at all. And because of which, we had to go back to the stats. We had to check for as many details as possible because they did hit the F5 really quick before we could even, have a look at the scoreboard. So it was difficult for us to find the stats exactly as to where it was, but that doesn't mean that we don't get it up. We did take a little bit of time, apologizing for the delay, but we are back on track and we should be heading into the game in the next 2 to 3 minutes as we've got all that we need. Ultimate numbers, whoever is ready, the eco based on what we saw to happen, all of it ready. We're going to be sorting it out and it is going to be working out perfectly the way it's supposed to. And it is going to be the same scoreline, 9-6. Grim in the lead with 3 rounds in their hands to go further on. And an experience and a half for all of us viewers as well, right?
It was a long process to try and get us back to where we were.
Trust me,
Meticulously trying to find everything. It was hard. Hopefully, though, the match is going to get heated up a little bit more. Possibly a comeback for the members of AA. You never really know. This could have been the time that they needed to try and recuperate, understand what they were doing wrong as a squad, and finally be able to break through that wall that they are facing. And that wall, their name is Grim. And hey, this is going to be one match that's going to be one for the ages. That is for certain. If and only if the members of A are able to retaliate down proper. You have to remember from the last time we were here, it was a 9-6 scoreline. And from this 9-6 scoreline, things started to build up slowly but surely, going in the favor of Grim. Something that we were very surprised about because Grim as a squad, we have never really even heard of them. And as a team, they are just coming alive in more ways than one. But now, last closing moments. This is where a lot of these new up-and-coming teams start to completely fall apart and shattered in that presence. So let's see how it goes because we're checking everything out here. And for now,
seems good.
Yeah, seems everything's on the right end of the spectrum. So now we just have to wait and see.
Yep. We've got pretty much everything sorted, ladies and gentlemen. We should be heading into the game within the next minute. And let's see if there's going to be a big upset early on. Grim look very good and very well equipped at the moment to take down Nadi Army, who, by the way, were quarterfinalists last time. Came very close to qualifying almost, but they didn't go through all the way. And this time around, they're facing trouble in the first round of the qualifier to itself. And there are no other chances. There's no other chance post this. You qualify, you don't. That is it here. There's no qualifier 3. There's nothing that works around anything else. There could be, some sort of rejuvenation in form maybe after this break that we've had in between. Nadi Army could, turn up the heat, maybe go for a different style of play in the last couple of rounds left. But I don't see Grim Esports actually running out of options to play here because they've been very careful about the way they approach this team. They know who are the hard hitters. They know who to target first. And they've been doing that very well, especially with the one man who actually on the Reina has caused a lot of trouble in the past, which is Paddock. And he has been shut down multiple times in the very forefront of things. And he is the man with the most number of deaths on the server as well. So with the way that things are going, it is the side of Grim to have the upper hand in terms of the way that they're playing, making sure that they find a kill and they instantly get away with it. And that's worked out for them perfectly in the Thrifty that they just had. And now with the buy down and their opponents on an eco, they're looking at the double digits to come up pretty easily for themselves. But can they take this all the way to 13 is the question, because Nadi Army are not going to give up just about yet. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting the game in just a few seconds. So don't go anywhere. Get yourself, I hope you've got some dinner for yourselves, because this game is going to turn out to be a lot more interesting than it probably has been so far. But just because of that fake surrender. It was a big bait. It was just a big bait.
Yeah, just to throw off your opposition as much as you possibly can. But finally, we are back in towards the game. Close as possible, mind you, to the way that it's all going to play out. But for now, at least, we can just wait. We can just chill. IronQ, sadly, is not going to be able to carry forward that Phantom that he did have in the previous roundup. Possibly a misplay, but IronQ doesn't really seem to care, so... Hakuna Matata?
Indeed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Grim on the attack. They've got a tour de force to worry about, and he's also been detected. There should be a problem, but Parax gets one. IronQ adds on. Okay, a jumping Crixus goes down as he's been silenced. And Grim instantly, in the face of AA, lose two of their most important players. Now, Fifi, Rage, and Anistros to make this work for themselves, as they've got a B side opening. Nobody at the moment to actually provide them with any sort of resistance except for Triss towards spawn. But he's tucked in towards Snowman, waiting for his teammates to come here. It's just a couple of sheriffs to work with. That's exactly what they're hoping for. The minute the plant goes down, there's going to be a push from Paradox to get one of those weapons that were dropped towards A main. And then he's going to probably come on the backstab. But Grim are playing this close to the chest. They want the Viper wall to pop up as soon as they possibly can, with full volume, of course, to keep it holding so that they can get the plant down. And now, as they try to sell a fake, maybe with no sounds at all,
30 seconds left.
it's actually Grim who are to make the move, because the side of AA are waiting on either side to just make this work for themselves. There goes the shock dart, and there comes the snake bite. Fifi goes down, and it's about 13 seconds left to make that 11. The plant needs to go down, and needs to go down right now. The save is going to be the call.
So the members of AA, they've made a resurgence here. Thrifty round coming in from the sides, and my god, are they falling like flies. Paradox, though, I think he's the one that has come alive the most. God damn, he's jumping around and he's hitting all these shots. Paradox now over onto 13. The guy's been having a pretty rough game, but Doxer seems to be taking that place instead. He also has an opportunity to bring it back for a squad, but the real question is, does AA really have that second wind? Or are the members of the attack a slight bit more of a problem for them to try and turn around from? Grim, though, they have the tour de force, but they're not opting to use it just yet. Slight bit of a question, but Tricks, you have to be careful there, buddy. Maybe you're taking an engagement that you should not be taking.
Oh, Paradox has been covered by this poison orb, and he's got a player very close to him. Grenades popping in, players peeking out in every single angle possible. As Grim trying to maybe just give out as much presence as possible towards A, and hope that the B side will be somewhere that somebody peeks. But because the B side is guarded by that operator, the one-way possibility of an opening, and mid if at all they choose to go there, but they're actually all going towards A. Soka, he just spams down Doxer like it's nothing. They've got a bit of information though. AA, they have seen a couple of players here, and the recon helping them as well. Not entirely sure if AA will expect this, but Grim are making a slow and steady move. Paradox is still on the heaven, and forgive me, Belt, as out comes Triss to help him out. And they've lost their players. A double pick, but it's going to be Parax double kill. He finds all of them. And this man has clearly taken the words to his head. And he said, I'm going to shut this game down all by myself. Anastros will get one trade, but the
10
one trade
seconds
only.
left.
He does have an ultimate available. He'll go for an open plant, and it's going to be the wrong choice to make. 9 and 8. Double A, get up close.
Getting these frags is well here. And honestly speaking, I am absolutely shook. Because the members of AA, they're now in contention to possibly take a lead here. This is a guaranteed round win for them if we do not see a possible Thrifty coming in from the members of Grim. And Thrifties have not really been going in their favor as often, but the to the force very much alive in the hands of Grim. And Fifi, with the first initial pickup from this one sniper rifle, can easily turn things around. Not used just yet, bit of a surprise, but Fifi, he's trying to take his time with it. No usage of the to the force. Why? What's the plan here? He doesn't want to use it? Or does he want to surprise them?
Sure. Maybe he wants to hold it on until he spots somebody, because otherwise they would be prepared for it. But they will be anyway, because they know that he's got it in his arsenal. And he can get that big fast sniper out whenever needed. For the moment, he's got all of his utility, so I'm pretty sure he's going to try and get that tour de force
Speaking
out.
out without a to the force.
That's a little too aggressive and a little too reckless, Fifi, and he gets punished for it. It looks like he's going to try and save the operator for the next round, but an eco is where the tour de force makes the most impact. It's going to look like level score lines in just a few more seconds here. 38 to be exact if the plant doesn't go down. Wall goes up in tubes pretty late, so that's going to completely seal off the
30
deal over
seconds
there.
left.
But the B side is going to be up for contention. The wall goes down at the wrong time, and it looks like one of the players might just lose their lives. Rage is trying to keep him off of his position by the shock towers, but Dox is going to find Crixus. Anastros might be on site, but he's got no spike to plant. Parax takes out Hisoka coming in from mid, and one after the other, AA members are going to make it up to 9. The scores have been leveled here, ladies and gentlemen.
Momentum
Grim.
break. I think the momentum break's getting to them. After such a long pause as a team, I think that you're mentally not just going to be in that position to try and bring back even more. Grim, they're making mistakes. Timeout being called, rightfully so. And AA, I think they have gotten in the heads of Grim here. How are they going to take this one away? How are they even going to try to bring this one back? Because personally, in my eyes, I don't see this happening. Because AA, they have so many advantages to work with now, and they've also equalized the scoreline here. Universe? Do you believe? Because I certainly do.
I still think that Grim have this, in the bag if they're able to win one round right now. If they're able to shut down AA in this one, then I believe that they should be able to find themselves a little bit of an extra, leverage to work around with, a little bit of breathing space. And that breathing space comes from this timeout. The execute that they're going to plan on the back of this should give them an idea as to how to counter this team, because now they've seen them play in a different way in the last 2 rounds. Parax has woken up and he's having constant support this time. They're not letting him sit alone and on angles where he can, be killed and gotten away by. Towards A they go. Early recon, finding value. Not as much. Look at where Ion's positioned. Ion gets one, but he gets traded off, and Parax goes down as well. Grim turn up the heat, and the stuffs come to play. There goes Doxer running from the showstopper as Crixus. He's got a free kill. Yes, he does. Goes down to 12 HP. Doesn't matter though. He's got a 4 versus 2 situation. Potentially a 4v3, because a revive is possible by Doxer. But will Doxer go for that is the question, because his teammates have died in very precarious positions. Grim will lose one. Hisoka goes down, but there's still a lot more to play with. Lost comes back on his feet on the back of sight, and now there's a bit of hope. 3 versus 3. Grim is stuck in. Fifi stuck, but he still finds the kill. And now a fake defuse. As Fifi tries to get closer, they're trying to run on this bait. He goes in for it. Fifi buys it. The wall's gone down and Lost has taken out Crixus. Now it's just a one-man standing. But the shock dart goes behind. All he needs to do is find the diffuser. Rage might have just done it. It is Grim to win the round.
Oh my god!
Clutch.
No way you survived through this, and he was also going to be able to retrieve the operator on top of that. 10 and 9. This round was way too close for comfort. The members of AA had this in the bag, but no. Right at the very end, it was just Rage running around like a madman over on belt.
One enemy remaining.
Good God.
Boy.
Lost. That was a crucial miss. He needed to hit that shot, and the fact that he missed costed everything for his team.
Well, it seems like they've had a lot of issues. And with that round, I think that AA could have gotten back to winning ways. But now, Grim have the upper hand. And the Grim situation here is that we really need to get this round. That's exactly what they'll be saying to themselves, Grim players. Because if they don't find this, it's going to get very difficult for them. And here we go. Small little tech pause had come in, but we're starting off the game. Ion's holding his ground towards the upper end over here. Slightly blinded. Still will be able to dodge it. Will not hit his shots though. The grenade throws him off his mark. He will not come towards Rafters just yet. Now he's slowly walking towards it. But he's got an operator on the other side as well. They're just about inches away from each other. As Hisoka's made his way towards 410. Fifi. Really close. Could have almost hit that. But Grim are holding this to the ground. They're not letting any of their players die. As AA themselves again are playing on a very passive B setup. And this is exactly where they're going again. They like playing that retake on B because they know they've got the utility to hold it off. And until that rotation comes along, that utility is what's going to hold them at bay. The Viper wall goes up from the defense. Twist has no idea what's happening. He's just waiting on the slitherest of peaks to make it work for himself. As Hisoka
30 seconds left.
was tagged down, lost a lot. Now out comes his ultimate. And now Grim are ready for a B hit. Hisoka's going to try and hold them off for as long as he possibly can towards Kitchen, but they're going towards Spawn. Dox has taken out Fifi. This is about time. Grim are falling, and they're falling hard. There's a Viper ultimate that's going to probably keep them at bay, but no. Twist goes in for the kill, but he still will lose his life. Lost takes out Rage.
Paradox.
4 versus 2. And Paradox, exactly, might just be the key to win this. There goes the final kill. Now it's on to Anistraws. He's being hunted and he's been killed. Lost will find him. Before that, he will get Doxer though. And that's 10 and 10.
They're getting closer and closer to the victory margin. And the members of Anadi, they're coming on back in towards this game like a storm. From a 9 and 6 over to a 10 and 10, the rounds are adding up in their favor more and more each and every time. And this is what happens. The momentum breaks, and the team, they start to fall as well.
Well, 10 and 10. Grim yet again on an eco because they had lost a bunch of their players in the previous round. And that I mean the one that they actually won that round if they had only one player survive. And here's Iron Q taking instantly out one more. And Grim are in a dire situation. They're gonna let AA go past them, and that's a problem. Big one at that. Sheriffs might not just be enough over here, but one thing again, still not in the functioning. Fifi's ultimate. He's got the tour de force and it could make the difference, but he's still holding on to it. Oh. Lost. Very close to almost having his head blown off. But he keeps it alive. Ion will take on Anistros. The spike still not in their favor though. Drop towards B main as they head in towards kitchen. A very disjointed approach in the last 30 seconds from Grim as the spike is very far away from them.
30 seconds left.
Paddox might just be stabbed in the back over here as mid is going to be heavily contested, but no, Paddox handles it
On a round
towards
on
A.
This is worth celebrating.
Yep, but it was an eco from the opponent, so can't really take that away.
Still, universe. Think about it like this. AA, they were making so many mistakes. Paddox was doing very questionable plays as well on a lot of the rounds prior, but now they're back in form. It seems as though after a decent bashing and a team pep talk, AA, they're back in the groove and they're hitting all the perfect notes. And I do believe that the frustration is adding up with each and every round lost. Grim, they're making hefty mistakes and they're getting caught for it. Look at the strategies that they have employed in the last couple of rounds.
Do you see that Viper pit?
That is a bug.
The entire
Welcome
that
to
Viper
the
pit is
front.
practically useless.
Yes.
An
welcome
entire
to the
ultimate. Oh man. Trist must be hitting himself for what just happened. Or hitting the game, but Hisoka's found lost. And that's the initiator down. No more shock touch to annoy them or a recon to break. So that's a good thing. And they instantly quiet down. They're playing this very, very carefully. They do not want to give away anything. But AA are ready for everything, it seems. They've got a triple stack on A. They had a quadruple stack, actually. And now it's a triple, having lost the one. Grim are waiting for that Sage wall to break. And now with the utility that it's going to come up back onto Rage. They're going to run in. Recon's pouring in. There comes the ultimate as well. As he goes in for it. Grim,
30 seconds
I've
left.
got pretty much everything in control here except for back of sight. Doxer finds one. And
What are
Crixus
they
just jumps
doing?
out. For what?
For what reason? What is happening here? Grim, you cannot be serious. This is not how you start to fall. You're going to give away match point to AA when you had so many advantages to begin with. Too much of a swing. Shoka is giving it away. One by one, they're gonna start getting run down here. It's all up to Rage. Rage has the perfect timing to try and go in for this hold.
Ooh!
Okay, shots are gonna be good. Have the timing, they have everything. Utility still on the cards. Rage, he can just hold, he can just chill, he can just try to play the time. He hears the noise and he just needs to run. I don't think he has enough time. No time. The spike it was not at the bottom, and that's gonna be the explosion. Good God, man, this round was way too close for comfort. 11-11.
Yet again.
He survived right at the brink of defeat. My God, this wasn't a round that Grim is supposed to win at all after making plays like that, but the clutch stays true.
Grim. They know how to bite it down to nail and ground, and they bring it so damn close. But these close round wins are taking a toll on their economy. Even though they won them, 3 of their players are on half armor, and 1 of them is on the Spectre. And finally, oh no, it's actually Ion who's actually brought out the tour de force. It's not his opponent. Oh, he goes for 1, and he goes for 2. Make that 3. No, it's not gonna be. He just sat there. Nobody even contested him.
Where's the tour de force from the attack? I don't understand it.
Oh my God, Ion, you disgusting man. Finds 3, and he's done the job for his team. Enough. More than enough, these 3 kills that he got. Now it's Rage and Anistros left to pick up the pieces. They are pretty big pieces. If these players are not able to secure this round, that 13th round looks almost inevitable. Because on the back of this, there's no money. Okay, Anistros. Through the smoke, shuts down Trist like it's nothing. A snake bite to try and hold them off towards Snowman, but they're a little wide off of the target. Lost is still trying to be a menace just by peeking out
30
from
seconds left.
the side of Snowman. He's been revealed, but it's 20 seconds here aggressive. I'm not quite sure if this plant is going to go their way. There's too much of AA over here for that plant to go down.
Need that one kill to make it happen, but nope. Anastros, he misses a very crucial shot, and that's going to be a double peak coming in. Lost is going to be able to find the final frag up, and then 11 and 12. And AA,
Match point.
I don't know what kind of a magic brew that they had before coming down after the pause and the reset and the rehost, but I need some of that, man. I really do, because to have your team morale come alive to this level, it's nothing short of a miracle. Paddock's went from being at the bottom of the scoreboard to 22 goddamn frags.
You want to
nearly
play?
top frag.
Let's play.
Well, now it's a desperate situation. And finally, the tour de force comes to play.
Spike dropped.
But I just might feel it's a little too late here. Unless he can probably do the same amount of damage that was done by Ion. Fifi's gonna watch his team get out in the first round itself. But after so much work that they've done here at Aggressive, this is gonna be very heartbreaking. And AA have got such a good setup. They've got 2 players on A, 2 on B. One's holding down main, 2 holding down mid. They're just playing this really well. And with the slow timed pacing from the side of Grim, they're looking to get as much as possibly can. And with that comes a showstopper. Does not hit anybody. He misses its mark, but Doc's gonna go down. Rage finds him through the boxes. And now it's on to Fifi. He needs to find that kill. How did he not see him? He saw him! He spotted him! His teammates will make up for that though, but the
30 seconds
showstopper,
left.
forgive me, the 2 ultimates that could have made the difference have been shut down.
Spike
But
planted.
Hisoka still hits on. Ion gets one back. Trish finds one as well. Instantly brought down to a 2v2. Make that a 2v1 as Crixus gets away. Overtime looking like a possibility.
Toxin screen down.
We're seconds away from it. And every second that Trish spends, he's gonna be waiting to see whether or not it ends. 12 and 12. Here we go.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Back to square one.
Spike planted.
I have no words for this. I'm sorry. And as a caster, to run out of words, it takes something pretty big to make this happen. I don't know. We started this game at what? Around 7? Not even 7. What's it called? Like 6:30?
Six. I think it was about 6:45. I think. When we
Yeah,
started.
6:30, 6:45. Now it's what? 8:13?
Yeah, it is.
I think that mentally the teams are also being taxed, but for AA, they're very much alive. They don't even care, and that's where the experience will start to come into play. Some of these young guns, they're not gonna expect sets to go this long. But the members of AA, they have played best of 5s even. And they have survived through the worst of situations when they were going through their competitive career. So, Grim, will they be able to live through this is the real question. Pause has been taken to try and restabilize the entire team. That's it. That's all that you're going to be able to get for now.
Oh boy. Well, 12 and 12, ladies and gentlemen, back on square one. Let's see who's going to get it back in their hands. Fifi has an operator as the side of AA move in towards the B side. The drones cleared out most of their angles, but yellow container is still open. The recon goes in. There is a trap to stop them, but nobody's going to be peeking on the back of it because they want to just get information. As Grim hold on for dear life. Nobody is towards A except for just one player. That is Hisoka. And that is on the defense. Everybody from AA ready for this B site haul as they prepare for the utility of the Viper as well as the Sova to come back so that they can re-aggress. The wall goes up. Closer they get. Dox is going to be ready with his own wall. But there is a little bit of resistance. Crixus is ready, but they're going towards spawn actually. Okay.
The other end.
Interesting.
It was Rage. I think he's royally screwed here. He needs to get one kill at the bare minimum. Hishoka's gonna try to get his buddy out as fast as he possibly can. The eyes are gonna come in. My god, the timing's perfect. Do this. They overthought the situation and possibly they're gonna die because of it. But no. He's making the game change for his favor. The team's still very much alive. Rage on the back end comes in for the one kill that he needs. 3 versus 2 situation on the map. Doxers has his ultimate still up and running. That's gonna be the double. The Doxers brings it all back for his team. Rage, it's up to you, but Doxer with the ace, he's gonna shut it all down. How the hell did Doxers even get away with this?
Switching
I
sides.
have no clue, but
Match point.
he just got that. Both of the double kills that he found was so goddamn perfectly timed. He knew exactly where to be and when to be. And the final kill, of course, just peeks out. And Rage was just not ready for it. Doxa might have just ended the game here, ladies and gentlemen. An ace in overtime is a heroic play. And with a match that's gone on for so goddamn long, AA might just have bared the fruit of every bit of effort that they've put in here. Paddocks holding a very aggressive angle, and he's got Ion Q just above him on pipes. There's a flash to stop them both. Out comes Hisoka. He could have actually peeked it. The grenades is gonna come in to try and stop them, but Ion eats a lot of it. Goes down to 69 HP. Nice. But the round still against their favor. Lost, keeping a heavy look towards mid and has it in check and is calling out the rotations. And that's exactly why Ion is running. So is Doxa as well as Paddocks. They want to commit to this B side. They know this is going to be a full-blown commitment. Trist is keeping them at bay for as long as he possibly can. But the plant will go down. Nobody's going to stop that. No trades whatsoever. It is a full-on 5v5 retake. Oh,
a shot, Fifi. Beautiful when it came down to that. Airline of a kill. Paddocks gets shut down immediate. But that wall, that's a pretty bad wall. Nope, they're not going to be able to survive through that one. Through the smoke spams, they get all the kills, and overtime number 1 is done. And overtime number 2 is right around the corner. Omen scaring out the players, but for now, Grim. They're the ones scaring the members of AA. The defensive side not really working out for either one of these teams. And if you had told me, Universe, that we were heading on to overtime when we first started casting this game, I would have slapped you and stole the biryani that you owe me myself.
Oh, well, this has been quite an interesting storyline. These two teams definitely must have a lot of, if they're facing them each other again, they will have a lot of interesting games. But Fifi, he's had an encounter that's thrown him down to 30 HP. As AA yet again go towards the B side. They've left Ion towards A. And now, wait, they're going back again. Yeah, they're rotating back again. They're going to try and sell a fake towards B with Paddocks and Lost. Maybe throw in a recon and a flash and then have them have a rotate done. But there's still one player who's going to stick his ground towards the A side, and that's Fifi. Never mind, he teleports away as well. This is the perfect fake. They think this is going to end up on B, but that's not the case. Towards A they go. Now they're slowly realizing it, and the rotations are going back very quickly towards the A side. As the plant will go down. And with that, it's a 5v5 retake yet again. This time on the opposite end.
5v5, not really the situation that the members of AA really want to be in. The wall has a massive... God, that would have been bad if the peak was still coming in. They're still going to try to hold this for as long as they possibly can. Hishoka gets away with murder down here. VP's going to be able to shut down another, and one by one, they're able to get all the frags, and they're able to... Iron Q from the side. Grix is going to be able to take down one, but Iron Q, absolute chance, swings out from the Viper wall, gets one more. And it's all up to Lost now. Lost
Oh, he's got
been
the best
doing
idea.
crazy.
Lost.
Remaining.
Oh, lost.
He's gonna get the hit! And Alistros! He gets caught out! That's gonna be the recon ball, and that's gonna be the clutch loss!
You're with
He
me.
comes in with the best plays when you want him to. And
Switching
good
sides.
God, did he find the frag that was necessary for his team's survival. Hey, back in the driver's seat. One more time to take this baby home. But this victory will not be an easy road for them to go through.
Well, Grim had that in the box, man. Grim definitely had that in the box. They could have finished it up. No, says lost. He gets a double kill. Clutch. Oh, Ian misses a shot. Down to 49. Thanks to his teleport, the rendezvous, as always, as ever reliable. At least, let's say 80% of the times, because sometimes I get killed mid-teleport. That always pisses the crap out of me. But now,
Skill issue.
with the heal coming on to him, Grim are actually trying to maybe do the same thing that was done to them. Fake towards B. Ion might have killed Hisoka, who has been kind of their main player. But that's actually allowed Fifi to get in towards tunnel. He's gone as well. The recon comes through. They're gonna get one more. This might just be good night, ladies and gentlemen.
One enemy remaining.
Crixus goes down to Trist. GG it is. 15-13. Double A go ahead. And what a goddamn game in the round of 128 for it to happen.
This
Defenders
is something
win.
that none of us could have predicted. As an analyst as well, you do not expect any of this to happen. My hair is a mess. Because even Universe's hair is a mess.
Yep, it is.
We are done absolutely on that regard. And if we try to break this one down, it's going to be even more difficult. The match highlights is going to get prepped up and ready. When we jump into that, you're going to be able to witness exactly what we're talking about. A complete another 180 from what we saw coming in from the members of A. Paddocks, who was what? 3 or maybe 6-12
Mm-hmm.
on the 9
Yeah,
and
he
6
was
scoreline.
6
As
and
soon as that
12.
pause turned things around from their end, Paddocks is now in 24-21. Doxers, who was at the bottom of the scoreboard, 19-19. 26-17 for Ion. It's insane how all of this played out. This was a Cinderella story for the members of Nadi. I think that this story for them was the best one they could have hoped.
One enemy remaining.
Wow, what a climax to this game. Honestly, this would have been the game of Grim Esports in the previous round itself. They were 4 versus 2. They had the advantage, they had the upper hand. They were 2 versus 1 and Lost clutches it out. And what a time to do it as well, Lost. Grim had the upper hand from the get-go, but that one big pause threw it all away. And what a game this has been.
Something out of the ordinary, that is for certain. So many plays, misplays, everything came into fruition here. But at the end of the day, the team with a lot more experience, especially when it comes down to the long sets, will be the ones to win. That's what I always find surprising. Think of it like this, Universe. A lot of the young teams, they know how to start getting frags, they know how to get wins, they know how to get rounds, but do they know how to reset their momentum if something puts them to a halt?
Last player standing.
Not really. And in this case, Grim, they fell into that trap, while Anadi, using the years of experience that they have, were able to mentally reset themselves and finally get into the zone that they needed to get into to try and finally shut down Grim.
Down A.
Yes, of course, Grim, they play phenomenally for a team that is bred. Honestly, this squad deserves all of the headpads that you get because they did everything in their power to win this, but at the very end, it's their own inexperience that really made them suffer here. Mistakes were punished, strats were pretty strong, but just didn't work out. And I really hope that the team sticks together because this team, it feels as though they can go the distance.
Yeah, they most certainly can. Quite a bit of a journey for them. Grim Esports, unfortunately, a great looking team, has to end its journey early on in this qualifier. And their journey in the TEC Challenger Series ends right here itself. But they've been amazing. And now, with this out of the way, Nadi Army should be looking ahead to the next game with honestly a lot of look back at as to what just happened, because they made catastrophic mistakes. This game, if that pause hadn't come through, if that huge pause wouldn't have happened, who knows what would have happened. The momentum of Grim would have constantly kept on moving. Paddox would have never recovered from his stint of a form, and we could have right now been all on the back end of Grim having beaten Nadi Army and a big upset being caused.
At the day, they kept it all alive. Grim, I really hope these guys can make it down over to the Community Cup. Possibly, meet these players on LAN and see exactly what happened during this match as we are going to talk to them. And hey, you guys back at home, you guys could talk to them as well if you had turned into Grim fans here by grabbing yourself a ticket from the description down below. Make sure to check out the links and also on the pinned comment on the side if you're on your phone. Everything's there. Just grab yourself a ticket if you don't want to miss out on a lot of the incredible community cups that we have for you. Also the amazing deals from our sponsors. Everything's going to be there, so don't miss out on that. But for now, it's a bit of a sad story because Grim, they deserve this victory, but again, it's all about the long game, baby. And Anadi, they played it down to perfection.
Certainly. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're pretty much done with the matches for the day. That was the last game, and given that we didn't have a second game, it almost seemed like we made up for it and more. And more. And more, because this was supposed to end, I think, around 7:15, 7:30. We were supposed to be done with all the games. But, well, here we are. And now, it is the side of Nadi Army to show us what they can do further. How much can they recoup after this? This was a heavy game for them. Even though they won this one, it's not exactly a victory that they can be proud of. There's a lot of work to be done. They should have won this. Yeah, Grim honestly did everything very well, and they deserved it, man, like you said. But in the end, just one moment of vulnerability that completely threw this game off.
Scoreboard as well here. One more time. Iron Q, phenomenal performance as always. This guy just never fails. But Paddock with his turnaround for 24 kills, that's a story that you would love to hear each and every time.
Indeed, indeed. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of today. It has been quite a lengthy day. Whew. We will be done with today's games, and there's a lot of games that happen in the background as well. A couple of them will be aired tomorrow as well at the same time. 4 p.m. right here. It is going to be the round of 64 that's going to be played. But for today, that is about it. Round of 128 has concluded with a bang, it seems. And tomorrow we'll be back with a set of new matches, a lot more Valorant action, and hopefully not this much of, technical difficulties coming in between. So we will see you all in tomorrow's games, as hopefully we will have a lot more action and one more step closer to seeing who are going to be our final 2 teams to make it to the group stages, and hopefully the TEC Arena as well. So for now, go ahead to the description down below, check out all the links. There are AMD with the best processors, Windows 11, the best, of course, OS out there, and Crucial, who give the best, SSDs out there to boot up your system as quick as possible, and of course the storage that is in hefty amounts available to you. Pretty great products. They're the ones who made this tournament possible. They're the ones who are making TEC Arena possible. So where we will see you all hopefully in Bangalore. So do go ahead and register yourselves for the arena event so that you can get yourselves to the arena and meet, greet, and of course play amongst a huge crowd, which includes not just your friends, but also the players and some big influencers as well. But for today, it is good night. It is happy gaming. We will see you all tomorrow in the AMD Ryzen and Windows 11 present the TEC Challenger Series powered by Crucial. See you all.
From the legends of memory and storage, Crucial brings you the ultimate performance in gaming. Legendary products, precision engineered for speed and stability. Crucial Ballistics.